holiday season. Um, and this is going to be our last session for 2024. So, groovy stuff. But as a quick recap, the party fought a zombie dragon last session, an unkillable zombie dragon. Unkillable, just so that you guys are aware, is literally a um, add-on. It's a template that you can add on to zombies that makes them like super fucking tough. And to be completely transparent with you guys, the special ability that the unkillable zombie gets for being unkillable, I completely 100% forgot to add to the wreck fight until literally the second phase. At which point it didn't mean jack shit when Seamus came in with a
murdered him.
crit.
Literally
Man.
decapitated the thing.
Literally decapitated the zombie dragon. Um, but hey, you know what? That's what scythes are for. And
Yeah.
we know, everybody knows at this point, that a scythe in Seamus's hands is not just edgelordiness. No, he means business. He is the reaper, and you are the wheat. So, that said, the zombie dragon, Breck, he was still a whole ass problem. Whether I was actually giving him the benefits of being unkillable or not, he was still a whole ass problem. Um, and he dished out some beating on top of also getting his ass handed to him. He did smash Mr. Servos because Mr. Servos' numbers were incorrect, which currently Mr. Servos is getting updated to his correctness
Mm-hmm.
that he should be. Um, but let me move that. Okay, so you guys beat the crap out of a dead dragon,
Yeah.
and this was the intention. This was the intent. This was actually the intent of the bad guys. Specifically, was for you guys to kill this zombie dragon, who is the brother of Soul Riot. And Soul Riot, just to make sure that there's no ambiguity here, is also the Lizard Wizard. Uh, Soul Riot is a huge, very much alive, green dragon of fully some level of adult, which means he's probably several hundred years old. Actual age, unknown as of yet. So, what his actual age category as a dragon is, other than adult, you don't know. But he's definitely not a pussy pushover.
Mm-hmm.
But he is a big dude, and Vrek was his brother, and Vrek has apparently been in a state of undeath for some amount of time. And because Vrek was unkillable, he needed to be in a specific place at a specific time with specific other situations going on in order to meet his final death, which is where you guys come into the picture. It had been revealed previously that this whole setup was done to manipulate the situation, to manipulate fate, which was done via the uh, Cyclops Oracle, who is more of a neutral prodigy, really, in all of this. Like he genuinely feels bad about what he had to do to get to this point, but it needed to be done, kind of thing. So he's not guiltless, but he's also not you know cackling maniacal or anything like that. He's genuinely recalcitrant about the whole thing.
We're still gonna have us Mark alerted.
Oh yeah, I mean he was perfectly okay otherwise with you guys getting turned into a stain in the snow.
Yeah.
He was perfectly okay with that being the outcome of this, but it was his preferred outcome, however, that you guys walk away from this, and he's no longer indebted to Soul Riot for other previous business that they've had with each other. But either way, though, the party defeated Vrek, put him down permanently, to which Soul Riot said thank you, but was also apparently decided that even if you guys did win, he was still going to fucking get you, because he had a whole bunch of his kobold lackeys waiting in the wings to come out on his command or whatnot. And when he issued the command, one of the kobolds did come out of the bushes, but because his dead body was being thrown by one of the orcs, because Betty, a small contingent of the orcs, not all of them, because some of them were at the village, but some of her orcs, Betty plus Jamal, had been basically sneaking through the bushes while you guys were fighting, taking out these kobolds who were waiting in the wings. Because all of the orcs, they have silencers. These guys are technically stealth assassins.
They're black ops.
Yeah, they are black ops. They're literally black ops.
You mean
Betty,
goblins?
no, because they're not goblins. They're orcs.
Funnier, but yeah.
I mean, they're
That's something
orcs.
we need to like craft at some point is silencers for everyone's weapons.
They did give Jamal a golden silencer, so Jamal was just simply gifted a golden silencer,
Nice.
which I'll give you. I'll give you the stats on that later, Jay. But it does what you think a silencer does. It goes on the end of your gun, makes it kind of quieter. But either way, seeing his kobold backup wasn't there, Breck was like, well, that's okay. This is within tolerances of what my grand plan is. And then he was like, fuck you guys, I'll see you later. And then he fucking took off. Just launched himself into the air and flew away.
Oh.
And so you guys had a brief conversation with the Oracle, Goldako, who answered a couple of questions. And then you guys noticed that Vrek took off and left his sky barge just floating over there.
Yoink.
So basically, Tim got fastball specialed by Gloria up into the air so that he could then launch his grappling hook further up, grab onto the thing, haul himself up, and there were 4 of the fucking swole ass kobolds up there. One of which was one of the kobolds who was in the mine that you guys met met a month ago. But the thing was landed, and this one rather mouthy kobold, whose name is Vindig, he effectively surrendered to the party, and you guys have a fucking sky barge now. You have a floating ship. To reiterate, the sky barge is basically a zeppelin. It is a hot air balloon. The envelope is just absolutely enormous. And the gondola underneath is, roughly speaking, about the size of a one of those large cargo trailers you see on the back of an 18-wheeler, or on a big cargo ship or something like that. It's very sizable. Really, it's the size of a small house, small building. It is not by any means super aerodynamic or ultra cool looking or anything like that. It is very much gets the job done in moving big heavy shit. So after basically cuffing the kobolds and landing the zeppelin, you guys then spent a good amount of time, you and Betty and the orcs there spent a good amount of time picking up all of the loose gold and treasure and everything that got dumped out with Vrek, which it's very easy to see that this was essentially Vrek's hoard, as there's a lot of coinage which is and other little bits and pieces of decorative things which are kind of stained, because a zombie's been laying on them for a bit. So some of them are kind of stained, and like I said, Vrek, he wasn't jerky. He was moist, but he wasn't exactly drippy. He was a reasonably hydrated.
Well-maintained corpse is what you're telling me.
Yeah, he was a well-maintained corpse. But other than that, the other thing that is notable from all of that is that every single coin out of all of that stuff that y'all picked up there in that snowfield every single one of those coins is Imperial. And there are in that mix Imperial coins that were probably minted sometime in the last 2 years, and Imperial coins that were probably minted sometime in the last 1,000 years.
Yeah, I was just about to ask that. Dates. You want me to put some dates on these coins here?
Oh yeah, they're very dated. The oldest coin that you guys pick out from there comes from the year 207. 207 on the current calendar.
It's like what, like almost like 1,500 years ago.
Yeah, it's a little bit more than 1,500 years. Yeah.
Good lord.
That's how
he's
fucking
dragon,
old it is.
so it makes sense. Yeah.
Is it one of those where like
Not dead
the
specifically.
is it one of those where like the coin is so scuffed from just existing for so long you can't even see the face on it?
It is pretty fucking scuffed, but it is otherwise first of all, it's good enough that you can see what the date is. And you can see the it's got the face, or the profile, anyways, and like the name of the emperor at the time.
Gold coins don't age that poorly, honestly.
No.
Like,
As long as they're not.
And most of these coins have essentially sat in one location, relatively undisturbed, except as Freck moved around every now and again. But for the most part, like, these coins in reasonably good condition. Like the newest one literally have dates from just like 2 years ago, literally 1747, 1748, and has like the profile of Empress Eudor on it. So like these are very fucking new print coins, but you've got a good spread of dates though. But the oldest one that you find is a little bit more than 1,500 years old.
Interesting.
But they are all Imperial, every single one of them.
That's actually interesting that they're all Imperial.
I do have a question for Shindig, actually, now that we were talking about coinage and whatnot.
Sure.
I want to ask him about Vrek. I want to ask him if Vrek is the dragon that was defeated by the champion and was taken on as the symbol of the Empire.
No, that would be Vrek's dad.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just saying because, like, if the coins go back as far as 200 years, and I'm looking at the maps that's setting and info, that it says in, like, 80 or whatever, like, that, like, they defeated the dragon. Like, a similar green dragon. I was like, But yeah, if that's Vrek's dad, then that is interesting.
Yep. According to Vindig, and he gives this information with like very is that like it wasn't Vrek specifically, it was Vrek's dad that was the dragon that was defeated by the human hero Caster.
I only specifically asked because of the undead nature. I was like, it could make sense if that was the case, but because I still want to know like the whole reasoning behind how he ended up in the state. That's not a wonderful state to be in.
No. Vindig does say, as far as like Vrek and Vrek's state, is that as far as he is aware, and his tribe of kobolds, they have essentially served Soul Riot for generations at this point. And as far as he is aware, Vrek has been in a state of undeath for a very long time, like easily a millennia as undead. He does not know the he does not know the circumstances or details of how that came to be, but it was apparently something that happened that was a big deal that happened at the time, that happened to several dragons. Like Vrek is basically just was one victim or casualty of whatever this particular event was. And Soul Riot is his Soul Riot is his younger brother.
The younger brother. Alright. I have a
Interesting.
theory. If he says that like this happened to all dragons, I feel like humans had something to do with it, or the other races had something to do with it. Maybe what they were doing is they were trying to eliminate all the dragons or something like that. Maybe that's what has Soul Riot's plan is to get revenge on all of them, or maybe
But the boss definitely plans on getting revenge.
Oh yeah.
That's clearly something he's gaming for.
I mean, yeah, seems very vengeful. So maybe they eliminated all the dragons or something. Would you know anything about that?
Well, not all of them. Obviously, the boss is still around, and in the 20 years that I've worked for him, he's had other dragon visitors that are not undead. So
There's more dragons.
not like a lot of them. Not a lot of them. 3 or 4.
3 or 4.
Do you remember were they all other green dragons, or were they of other colors?
Only one of them was green. One of them was kind of a blue color, and I was really young when the other ones showed up. But I think one of them, I remember there was a little guy, he was the size of a horse, so probably a really young dragon. He was real pale. I think he was a white dragon. And the other guy, and the other one that was with him was a lot bigger, and that one was, I think that one was a black one. I vaguely remember that one. It's been a very long.
I have to ask, since there are other dragons, are any of these dragons also in on Soul Riot's plan, whatever that may be? As far as you can discern.
I would say probably, yeah. They definitely share information with each other at the very. But beyond that, I couldn't tell you actually any real details. That was the thing that the boss was always kind of cagey about.
Alright, Callie notes that down. Do you actually know what Soul Riot's end goal is? I'd imagine probably not. He probably is very secretive, or very...
No, I can't tell you what his actual end goal is. I just know that he's got a bone to pick with somebody that he can't get his claws on. I don't know why he can't get his claws on him. I mean, have you seen him? He's huge.
Yeah.
But there's somebody, or maybe it's a group of somebodies. Again, I can't give you any details on that because I literally don't know. But he can't touch them. So, but he knows that they're gonna come back or something. He's been making this plan for a long time, is what I'm saying.
Something even more powerful than...
Something that he feels he needs those rings for.
Yeah.
But why give us one of them after? Did he get what he needed from the ring?
I mean, he probably knows how to craft them now. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
probably
either
Xena
that
will.
either that or he feels he'll get it back.
Look, I know that in the couple of times that you've had some encounters with the boss, he's basically just a big blustering green lizard. But when he's not being pestered by adventurers like you guys, he's a lot more studious, erudite. He's very he's got a huge, just an absolutely fuck ass enormous library of a bunch of what's the word, esoteric subjects, a lot of occult stuff. I really honestly could not the breadth of subjects, but it's a lot of like random ass stuff. I know that there are books in there that just are dedicated to like what the weather was like 1,000 years ago in some random town.
Well,
Whatever he's planning for, he must be real worried for whatever the outcome may be. Because you don't just go to library with knowledge that's completely and utterly useless to you if you aren't planning for all outcomes.
I don't
GM,
know what it is. Mm-hmm.
like I personally can't think of any reason why to keep bookkeeping that detailed, like weather patterns like 1,000 years ago. But would June have any inclination, since she kind of was like a kind of bookkeeper thing? Like, kind of like a lore check with that.
June's got a scribe lore, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Make a scribe lore check. This would actually be within that wheelhouse.
yeah, I don't think I should. I don't know if he said a cult. I don't know if Viva Machina would be connected with them because
Lore.
Probably
But so-
not. I would imagine anything related to the Empire wouldn't be related to him, considering the Empire literally went up and defeated his fucking dad and shit.
oh, he did work with. Well, yeah.
Well, I don't think I want to use my 1 hero point of the game for that. But what does the 17 get me?
Well, a 17 would get you not really much. However, I would say that probably something that June would remember from really early in her life, as she was going through like the training for being a scribe and an acolyte and everything.
Mm-hmm.
That she would have been in libraries that have a big, just broad collection of information that's not exactly like themed. You know, it's kind of a grab bag of like whatever somebody thought to write down. And usually, the farther back you go in history, that tends to be the case. Is that you get less and less like you don't get like encyclopedias. You get like people's personal diaries and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
That you have to sort of like create, a collection from. So it's a bunch of disparate like pieces that you had then together. So, assumedly, that might be something that Soul Wright is doing, is grabbing ancient pieces of data and sifting through it, looking for like patterns or trying to build a more cohesive, sort of like a count of a very specific time and place.
All right. So I guess June would kind of like show her that like in her head, and just kind of speak up and says, This isn't really my expertise, but it sounds like they're maybe looking for something or someone. No, that couldn't be right. They, I've seen like a
Looking for
few.
a specific date. Maybe they're looking for a specific date.
Yeah.
Maybe whatever it is that's going to happen has happened before, and maybe that's what he's trying to look for. Look for an exact example of it in history happening before. To look for this person or this whatever this entity that he's after.
Maybe.
I'd imagine they have a lot of power if it's got him worried. It's
Yeah.
got him planning.
Maybe they're
Maybe
trying
that's
to
what
stop whatever happened to their brother from happening again.
Or at least I'm.
Maybe.
Huh.
Could be. Maybe it has something to do with his brother, the entity that. Because like I'd imagine somebody would have to be very powerful in order to turn a dragon undead, and to have magic powerful enough to keep that dragon alive for millennia.
Well, alive isn't exactly the word I described, but
But he was moving around and he was attacking us, was he not? That whatever
Can I-
magic caused that to happen must be real strong.
I doubt. This would be something we'd have to research in whenever we get back to Homestead. Because that feels like, dragons becoming undead and just a large event that happened to many dragons feels like something that would get written down, right?
maybe that's what they're
I
looking
mean,
for.
yeah. Yeah, that does feel like something that would probably have been put down in
What if
somebody's journal, some historical note somewhere.
what if what if that has to relate to the person? What if the person he's searching for that he wants revenge on is the same person that caused all those dragons to go?
Did
Um,
someone even live that long?
uh,
Yeah, Tim gestures to
uh,
himself and to Betty and goes, I mean, there's a lot of ways that things can
Callie
last
points
a
at
long time.
Callie points at the giant cyclops on the ground, like,
Well, obviously that could be a workaround for that.
Mm.
Existence for that time period. Yeah, you got multiple ways of doing that.
Callie then starts furiously writing down, so like, maybe this will be the source of immortality I've been
Well,
searching
to be
for.
fair, June is just like a normal woman. Like I said, like she like all this stuff, this crazy stuff is like completely new to her. She's like kind of not.
What is going on?
Yeah, like
She's the most normal out of everyone in the group so far.
I mean,
and that's what makes her
very,
abnormal.
very much so. But like also, um, well, like even like Betty would chime in there that like she's actually only like 46, so that's not like really that old. Like she's very aware of the fact that she doesn't look like she's starting to push 50, but like yeah,
50? No.
that's not that much. But like the other thing is though is that like you also just within the party you've also got Seamus, who is an Aeon. Seamus doesn't have a quote unquote lifespan. Like he very much could like live to the heat death of the universe. Quite possibly.
Yeah, who keeps reincarnating over
Yeah,
and
and,
over
and,
again.
and Laria reincarnates and carries some of those memories forwards every single time she does it. So they also have their own sort of version of immortality. Um, but like, right now at the moment, y'all do technically have the ability to still talk to the Cyclops, and he is the only creature that you guys have run across yet who's on basic speaking terms with you, who's got access to that kind of like memory of deep time. Not to mention, he can literally just ask the moon to be like, "Hey, yo, moon," because he's a fucking oracle that way. Although apparently the moon doesn't tell him everything, which is why he's setting up a fucking thing so that he can force the moon to tell him certain things.
yeah, I'm still a little concerned about that whole using that magic stone to interrogate the moon thing, but it's out of our hands now.
Yeah, that's
like
more a him problem.
Yes, it's not like we could stop him. Like, what the hell are we gonna do? He's probably kill us. If we tried killing him in a million different realities, we'd probably lose in a million different realities.
Hey, stop, Powder.
In most situations, he's going to just like waffle stomp you guys. He is higher level than Brick. So
And Drake almost killed some of us.
yeah, and he would be walking in at full strength while you guys just got done fighting Brick.
He's functionally immortal. Why else do you
But
think Callie is so obsessed with finding immortality?
But yes, but the other thing is that like you technically have access to somebody who's got knowledge of deep time, so that would again be something probably you could ask before you take off.
Yeah, would be a good idea to ask these things.
So if there are any final questions the party wants to like ask the Cyclops, who's on reasonable terms with you guys at the moment, before y'all take off, that would probably be the thing to do now.
Callie probably would ask is like if he knows what Drake's end goal is. What is his goal per se?
He essentially confirms that Soul Riot's end goal is vengeance, and vengeance for his brother, and vengeance for other dragons.
Okay, so I was on the right thinking path then.
Yeah.
Somebody did something that caused strife to dragons. We just gotta figure out.
according to the mummy, according to Golbako, he says that a, a, a little not quite 2,000 years ago, um, there was a um, there was a day where where he says specifically, he says there was a day where the moon was not watching the world. Its gaze turned away from the world to watch something coming to this world.
What?
And in the flash of its arrival, the moon's vision did not clear until the next night. And when that happened, the moon saw a lot of dead dragons.
Oh.
Gosh. So I was partially right then. About
So-
the rest of it. It's a specific day. It's probably revenge for all the dragons, and it might be a specific entity.
Does
I
so wait
have-
is go ahead.
No, continue. I was just gonna ask. So yeah, does this end game that Soul Riot, tends to unleash onto the world, does it end with a lot of people dying? Like, will it end with lots of people dying?
Yeah.
That is always a possibility.
Mm.
The mummy says Soul Riot's vengeance is focused on that which caused the event. Soul Riot does not have a particular vengeance against, say, humanity or the elves or the gnomes or anyone specific like that, like a large group. He is more focused on the cause of the strife, what reduced his brother to a raging fit of undeath for nearly 2 millennia. If this revenge causes a lot of people to die, well, it
So
wouldn't
be
be any skin. It wouldn't be any skin off of Soul Riot's snout.
Is there any, even the smallest amount of information to just give us a lead on what who the target is? I figure, if you knew, you would have already told him. But maybe we
He
can.
He has asked me that question many times, and unfortunately, the only thing I can tell what I have told him is that it is coming back. It will return, and that will be his opportunity to get his vengeance. And that return will be soon, but I cannot be more
What,
specific than that.
what
We-
will Soul Riot do once he gets his vengeance, though?
Yeah.
Will it just fuck off? In those words specifically, please.
No, I'm afraid that Soul Riot will not just fuck off. Soul Riot has invested too much in his network of control to just abandon it,
Oh.
even if he did achieve his ultimate goal.
He's placed his roots, and now he's going to fester. Torque.
So it's a little more than just vengeance, it seems.
Torque it has spirits.
Torque,
Um,
can I ask you this?
Yeah, I was more thinking out of game. I was like Torque's bardic lore ability.
Ever talk to the
Maybe
soul?
find a spirit old enough for that.
You would need to talk to a spirit for that. But yeah, Torque could talk to a ghost and ask, somebody who was there at that time, which
Perhaps?
could be a dragon. Vrek, I'm going to go ahead and tell you no.
Fine.
As specifically, when he was beheaded, his spirit did
Yeah.
very briefly manifest, say thanks, and then fucked off to like Dragon Heaven or whatever.
Wait,
Or Dragon
we got a
Ball.
question.
Or Dragon Hell, one or the other. He may
Dragon
have
Hell
gone
is
to
up.
hell. I don't know.
Well, we've seen spirits go to hell before, so
I mean,
Yeah.
we've
Plenty
seen
of
before.
times.
You mean we you saw spirits be forcibly dragged to hell, is what you mean.
Yeah, you've seen a couple of spirits forcibly dragged to hell.
Yeah.
He wasn't forcibly dragged anywhere; kind of evaporated into the the sky.
I still find it funny that he was like, "Thank you for freeing my spirit." And Callie was just like standing there with like the dead body.
Bite me.
Yeah, giving the finger, just like, "Fuck off! I hope you go to hell."
I hope you go to hell.
While we're having this conversation, I would also like to be helping the villagers move some of their stuff.
Well, speaking of,
Oh wait, are we at the village or are we at the Goldako?
well, you guys are still at Goldaka.
Oh,
So
never mind.
basically, what's been going on as we've been talking is essentially the orcs have been helping you guys like shovel up all of the like gold and other things that got spilled everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I do believe that Kelly also said that she wanted to like collect some of Vreck's like remains, which are mostly bones at this point, but like some of Vreck's remains to like shove through the door back to.
I mean, it probably would be a good thing to investigate to see exactly what fucking happened to him.
Yeah, dragon bones are a good start.
Not to mention, dragon bones can be used as crafting.
Oh, tight.
Yeah, remember, I've got a whole skull and bit of vertebra that our good friend.
Which, by the way, you're aware, like the skull that you're holding on to, by itself, it has a bulk of 2 and does require 2 hands in order for you to like, you know, manhandle it around. As the skull is basically the size of your entire torso.
Good thing I've got 3 hands.
Yeah, I mean, a good thing you got 3 hands, but like,
I keep forgetting he has 3 hands.
Like he's only got 2 sleeves, but then every now and again one just sticks out from the front of his robe.
Don't worry about it.
Is that a third hand, or are you just happy to see?
He hasn't got his robe modified yet to have a 3rd sleeve.
As a man, just like, no, that 3rd arm is my good hand. I don't use it as often.
Grab my strong hand.
That's my squeezing arm.
I was gonna also ask the Oracle one more thing. I was gonna like give a question just between you and me. Are those kobolds on that have been like, you know, like tied up? Are they also like trying to spy on me or anything like that for Soul Riot? You know,
They are. He says that those kobolds are mercurial. They work for payment. Soul Riot was paying them for their services. So if you keep paying them, then they work for you.
Alrighty then. That will happen then. I'll make sure of it. I had to make sure, you know, we don't need any spies in our camp seeing what we're doing at all times, 24/7. You know, having like a back and forth conversation with magic or something like that. You know.
And if somebody try to bribe them,
break them.
No, I was about to say, and if somebody try to bribe them with money, like I pay you much more, and then whatever they're paying, we're gonna kill them. We're gonna kill them.
You can't pay them; we'll kill you.
No. There's no such thing as healthy competition or a healthy corporate competition. No. Oh, hell no.
Oracle, is it true they have a bit of dragon blood in them?
They do. They do have a those 4 kobolds on the boat there, plus the one guy who got pulled out of the water. The 5 kobolds. Those 5 kobolds. They all have a little bit of dragon in them, and that little bit in them comes from Soul Riot. So they're technically related to him, like many generations of kobolds in between.
Yeah, that's fine.
But that's part of the reason why they're noticeably taller, stockier, and according to Vindig, have lifespans that are like 4 to 5 times what the kobolds back at Homestead are otherwise expecting.
Alrighty, that's all I needed to know.
Tim's gonna ask the Oracle, is there any way we can contact you? I assume not, but
You merely need to come the ruins and speak to me. I cannot
said,
leave this place.
How far does that teleporter thing, like the thing that like Seamus copied, how far does that go out? Like, what's the range on that again?
The universe.
Oh,
It's
okay.
just it is keyed specifically to either here at the here like in the middle of the ruins or at the actual obelisk itself, which is where Goldaka is like ritual and shit.
Oh, okay, so you can't make like a replica. I was thinking like you could make a replica that's like an entrance and exit, and we put the entrance and exit at like Homestead or some shit. I don't know.
Well, the thing is that if you were to find a teleportation gate that takes coordinates, you have the coordinates for the reception here. So if you had a gate that you can set a location, then you can boop back over here.
we got the TP codes.
Yeah, you have the actual like GPS for this location.
Okay, understandable.
And those gates do exist. You do actually know where there's I mean, kind of not like near you, but let's see here. Let's go over here real quick to the fucking to the world map.
I just thought another question that would be really good to ask the Oracle right now.
Sure.
What are the other dragons in on Soul Ride's planet? We never got a confirmation of that, but I feel like it'd be a good time to confirm.
They share information towards this goal. They don't disagree with him, but they're not like active partners.
Okay, so they don't like work for him. They have their own interests, but they also like are like perfectly fine with him like going to this goal because it is something that they also want, kind of thing.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a goal that works for them, so they're not like against him, but they're not like active in their participation towards it.
We get more specific information on every single. I think that's okay. I'll ask that later. So,
But yeah, but as far as like that sort of information,
the
he
ages of the different dragons.
he gives you that the basics there, but otherwise the Vindig gives Callie like a quick crash course in how to steer the barge,
Sick.
so that like Callie
Better
can then,
learner's
like,
permit.
can then pilot the barge
Callie
over
asks-
to the village.
Callie asked Vindig if he's okay with being pat on the head.
That's a little weird, but sure, go for it.
Yes.
He's not that much shorter than Callie. Like he's like 4 feet tall.
So he's like he's like a couple inches smaller than her.
Yeah, I mean he's only like 5 to 6 inches shorter than Callie. It's a little weird.
Just
Not to mention he's
brought back,
like
who is Callie patting on the head?
Vindig.
Vindig, the really swole kobold.
Oh.
Just
The
yeah.
swole ball.
Callie's like, don't worry, it's not weird. Do this with everybody.
Yeah, the swole bold. But to point out known portals that you guys know that take coordinates, there is a portal over here in Uxlan near the capital. It famously is connected to a portal over here in Dover, in the like capital of the empire. That's where those two are connected to each other. There is allegedly one somewhere over here in like the Kingdom of Thorn, but like it's been locked down for a long time for speculative reasons. And there is also one that is rumored to be somewhere here near the capital of, excuse me, not the capital, but the this like long bay area of the Kingdom of Bach. Uh, there's rumors of one over there, but wouldn't know. Again, that'd be something you'd have to like ask Torque about.
Kelly, to the rest of the party, like, we should like be thorough authorities about the outbreak of undead statues.
Oh, that is a good question, actually. Are those statues still going to be an issue, or are they?
If we get far enough away, they won't be, but never to be too careful.
I mean, like for the area.
Well, there's outside of the villagers and the that have been protecting them. There's basically nobody that's here. So
They still got pretty far out though. They were on the border crossing, which is like
they
miles away.
Well, it's almost a day's travel. So they could get at least a day's out. But this is a very sparsely populated region. So
Probably should still like tell people about it because it is contagious.
We could slap down a warning sign kind of thing. Just kind of let people.
Warning signs warning signs. Maybe alert DM.
Yeah, the whole like
hey,
this whole space around the Crescent Moon pits is extremely sparse. It's not until you get over here to Hailing, and then obviously down towards the Homestead and the other towns down here that population really actually starts to bloom again.
Yeah.
I mean, it is. Aren't they up in the mountains or something like that, like really above, like far above ground or whatever?
Where you're at now?
Yeah.
Compared to
Homestead anyway.
Yeah, compared to Homestead, very much so. Compared to Hailing, actually, so very much so. These I know they just like they look like hill bumps, but think Appalachian mountains versus like the Andes. Like down here, the Andes, this area, Appalachia.
Okay.
Smoky Mountains kind of area.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. How far? What is the range on the animal staff, by the way?
Yes, I was gonna say that. Send a messenger.
What's the? Because I was thinking of sending like a bird messenger to like hail it, to like warn them that there's like an outbreak of like undead statue in the Crescent Moon pits, that they, the kingdom of whatever fucking nation this is again.
War4.
War4. Go, like deal with that,
I mean, that's a very good question. I remember looking at this a couple of. Let's see here.
So
whether they believe it or not,
animal
it's up for debate. Whether they believe it or not, it's up to their choosing to do so.
It looks like it's 120 feet range, but that might be.
Well, that's selecting the animal.
Oh, the animal, yes. Okay.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
The animal's got to be within 100, and then it depends on the animal how far it can go. So your best bet is to like point it at a bird and be like, "Yo, bird, go deliver this message."
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like select like a pigeon or something. Those guys can travel really far distances.
Uneven.
Yeah. So
or some shit on it. I don't know. Make it look more like authentic. Like, hey, there's some shit here. You probably want to go investigate that, because if it spreads, it could be really bad.
But I mean, animal messenger in and of itself, like animals, like magically delivering messages and things like that, is like if we that anybody would just like freak the fuck out at, like most people would be like, oh wow, this animal is talking to me.
I mean, in this world, yeah, I know. I don't think people would be too shocked about that.
Yeah, not super shocked. They might be a bit surprised, but like not super.
I mean, ever since we met that one bug guy at like Vault Chamomile that like gives away magic items or whatever in exchange for other magic items, I don't think anybody's gonna G.
I mean, yeah, but you could totally at a bird and be like, "Hey, yo, bird, go to Hailing and let them know." Go find the biggest stone building in the place and tell the people in there that there is a fucking outbreak of undead down here.
Yes.
Because they will know about the huge fucking obelisk, famous obelisk that's been here for thousands. They will know about it, so you can easily give direction.
They should also mention how they need the specific way to.
Okay, I'll mention that as well. I'll
Yeah,
list
I was
out-
gonna say there doesn't
Yeah.
seem to be a limit on the message. It just has to. Just.
I mean, like as long as they can carry. I mean, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking like putting it in like a letter or something like that. Carried by the claws of like whatever bird is left. I'll say that. I'll put that in the message. Be like, okay, way you defeat these undead aren't like normal undead. You have to like. I'll give like the exact distance. Like you have to separate the pieces, and like the amount of pieces you have to separate in order to open each. Give them like specific details on how to clear out the area.
Okay, so you jot down notes, roll it up, select bird, hit it with the spell, give the note to the bird, tell the bird where to go, and then the chirp chirp and like chirp chirp, and just like send send tweet. So you send tweet.
Yes, in fact.
You just at hailing administration.
At hailing, there's an outbreak here.
Hailing, yo, you got
Like,
issues.
hashtag I don't like this country. Hashtag is this
Jesus.
Hashtag this you.
Hashtag this is my first experience in this country, and I'm being attacked by undead people.
Hashtag what's the dog doing?
What is the dog doing? Which actually, Jay, that's a good question. As the party is like, as the party is like, hey, yo, cast it on that bird. That bird looks fast. Before y'all leave the presence of the big fucking oracle mummy here, do you want to ask the oracle mummy anything?
I can ask stuff.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, you had free reign to talk the whole time.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I was just doing background stuff, but I was listening.
Well, that's fine. That's perfectly okay. But I wanted to give you the opportunity to ask the dude who can basically just roll dice to see shit. If you want to ask him anything while we're here.
You know what?
Oh,
Let's
shit,
make a look. Thank you.
Continue. I'll ask my question when you're done.
No, actually, ask your question now because I want this to be interesting for me.
How many psychic fish are left? How many are left alive? That's for certain. That would be Callie's question.
Let's see here. There is one Vitalith remaining on the planet.
All right.
There's a single Vitalith remaining. He cannot tell you where it is. But he can tell you that there's only a single Vitalith, which the Vitalith, just so that you know, that's the Veiled Master. That is that's the big chunky boy. And as far as the still big chunky boys, but not as chunky as that one dude. As far as that's concerned, he says that there are two other aboleths. So, in total, the psychic fish that you're specifically talking about, three of them. Two of the smaller variety, one of the big variety.
Alrighty, I will jot that down. We getting revenge, baby.
Okay. It's my turn now.
Yes, please.
I'm like Jamal slowly walks to the obelisk and slowly look back and look at the obelisk, and he quietly asks something. You go ahead and ask a question to it.
Alright, make a stealth check.
Is he asking the
Yes,
obelisk or the mummy man we're talking to?
He's asking the Oracle.
Yeah.
Oracle. I'm like, sorry, yeah. Oh, do I actually have to make a stealth check? Do
I was joking.
You don't have to make a stealth check, Jay. It's just funny. What?
Okay,
What is your question?
Jamal thinks about ponderingly thinks about it for a second, and then he says, "Is my, he said, is my old family still around?"
Not all of them, but your daughter yet lives.
Whoa.
Your wife yet lives. Your dad too.
Oh.
Unsure about your mom.
Hmm. Yeah.
I was like that. I was like Jamal had a moment. Was like, what? And kind of have, I was kind of have like a bit of a PTSD moment, thinking back at what happened.
You got that 1,000-yard stare.
Mind broken.
You did have.
I mean,
You did have.
he's also not. He's also not. He's also not giving you like any like details on the
Yeah,
like
on
how they're doing, how they're living.
he just
Uh,
like
what
it's, like, it's anything. It is like oh no, oh, like, oh no. It pretty much just had a moment, and he just go quiet as like, okay, thank you.
oh dang!
And Jamal just walks back to the group with like a very puzzled but very concerned look on his face.
Are you alright, Jamal? I haven't seen you so crestfallen since back in Whitford.
Callie looks at herself. What the fuck happened in Whitford?
Or wait, no, was it Whitford or Harlem? What was the
No,
the-
it
Harlem.
was Whitford. It was Whitford.
Yeah, it wasn't.
It
It was,
was Whitford.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it
thought it
was
was Harlem.
oh, that's right, Callie, you weren't there. You were with Seamus.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Wait, hold on. Was that during the
I mean,
Family Guy
that
A
is-
plot versus the Family Guy B plot?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was.
Yeah.
That's why I asked. I was like, Callie wouldn't know because she wasn't.
Yeah,
there
you
to
weren't. You
see
literally
it.
weren't there. Yeah.
I just got brought food. Sorry.
Excellent.
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 Awesome.
This is a good thing.
I probably should put
Uh,
this in important notes.
Him, I guess since we're all asking this Oracle question before we're headed out, Tim will just come up and ask, what? Yeah, I did. What is Viva Machina's next step?
Do you mean their literal next step or
Their
their
next,
their intended next step?
their next plan, I suppose, is the better word. What they
know what?
intend to do next.
You know what? I'm gonna roll dice for this one.
Oh,
Oh damn.
oh.
You did ask a big important question.
Go doc. What's your modifier? All right, so public roll here.
Fuck, I had a question and then it disappeared out of my mind.
Mm.
Okay. he says that their next
Yeah,
their next the next step in their grand plan uh, was to uh, begin a uh, new age of scientific study focused on the uh, creation and also uh, modification of consciousness.
oh, damn. Yeah. Callie rubs her hands together. This sounds interesting.
That was the next step in their grand plan.
I also have another question. If you don't have any more, then
While this is all
n-
happening, like Claria wants to take the time to heal herself.
yeah,
All right.
no,
I
Tim's just gonna log that
I
away.
have another question.
Yeah.
If we take the ring and we don't give it back to Whitford, will the city, as the Empire claims to be, will it be destroyed? Or was the Empire lying to us?
The Empire was not lying. There is a high likelihood that Whitford would be perhaps not completely decimated, let's say, but um, effectively removed from the map, though.
Oh God.
Yeah, Whitford, according to the mummy, Whitford, as anybody is like currently like familiar with and whatnot, would basically cease to exist.
Huh.
I mean, it's a military base. I won't cry over it.
Yeah, he. So like the way that
I
Whitford
mean,
currently exists would not. It would no longer continue to be a town, although it's not like literally everybody in town would die. Somebody's gonna live, but like, yeah, that town ain't gonna fucking exist anymore.
Huh.
well, I mean, I still won't cry really too much over it. It's a military town. Like most of the people there agreed to work for the Empire. It's not like we'd be losing too much.
I mean, that
It's
could
not like
be
we're losing.
kids.
Yeah.
I,
Well,
I mean, there are
they
families.
probably got. They probably already like moved them out of the rest. Probably
I mean,
probably
possibly,
evacuated everybody already. Everyone of civilian value.
possibly. You guys have not been back to Whitford to actually assess the situation.
Yeah.
June would actually speak up about that. That yeah, we actually don't know the situation. That if they,
So,
I'm,
this,
we can't guarantee that
I mean,
all that, and she
Right.
actually would be a bit. She's a bit torn up because she
like-
wants to she was the one that kind of like was jumping, or not jumping, but like vocal about making sure Whitford wasn't erased from the map, but she's also
Callie,
a bit hesitant still about.
Callie would speak up a bit. She'd be like, "Well, think about it this way: if we were to give it the rings, or at least the ring we have to the Empire, I think a lot more people would die as a result. Because this is a weapon. This is not, like they could claim that it is the end all. It is clearly not a weapon. And it would cause untold amounts of death, probably even more than the entire town. So,
Yeah. Yeah, but are we the ones that get to make that call?
I mean, what would you how many people would need to die
I'd.
before we need to make a decision?
June will, like, kind of not what's the word I'm looking for? Like, where like she like scowls a bit and says, "You're right, but we can't just let people die. We have to do something."
How about this. We take the ring, we make some sort of duplicate, or a copy maybe, that has like a back door. Then maybe we give it back to Whitford. We give the duplicate ring to Whitford, obviously, not the actual ring.
I would agree. I think giving untapped power to giant empires like this without any pushing for backing out isn't a good idea. But at the same time, I also agree we don't want to just wipe Whitford off the map. So I agree with your plan, Callie, of just, if we can figure out how to create a copy that at the very least we can cut if we need to, then I, I think if anybody in this group could do that, it would be you.
Maybe there's a way we can neutralize the threat, that thing we saw in Whitford poses. If we could remove it from the city when it does go off, then maybe Whitford won't have to be eradicated.
Yeah.
And it's worth pointing out that you do have a sky barge, so if you had to, like, we got to get this thing out, takes out the town, you sort of do have a option for that.
I mean, yeah, we could do that too. We could just
And
give them the ring.
and
just
while
get rid
those
of
are
the, threat at the same time.
yeah, but while those are very juicy, sort of like moral quandaries to back and forth, it's getting dark here at
Yeah.
at the ruins
Probably
as
should go
everything
help
is
this.
as everything is loaded up onto said sky barge. Like I said, Vindig gives Callie a crash course into, like the basics on like how to steer the damn thing once it is up in the air. It has had plenty of time to refill its envelope, so it is otherwise ready to take off. It will take you guys in the sky barge literally just a couple of minutes to get back over to the village.
Nice.
So
I was like, also,
Uh-huh.
not that, but I kind of do want to finish that conversation with June, but I think that's as of we leaving and going back to the village.
Okay. And I just want to say too
Oh,
that like I'm not like arguing with, like them, like it was more like June the character would want to save Whitford instead of just leaving it to its own devices.
yeah.
It's not me.
I mean,
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I get that.
Hmm.
Callie doesn't want to see the Whitford wiped off the map either, but at the same time, I feel like her dilemma is mostly that she doesn't want to give this untapped
Yeah.
power to
And neither does
Oh,
June, to be quite
well,
honest. Yeah.
Yeah.
Giving
Like-
the Empire something this powerful is a bad idea, period, end of sentence.
we need sensible regulations.
We need
Oh.
democracy.
Jamal said to June after she asked, Jamal was like, no, it's I honestly, June, I'm really not all right at the moment.
Yes, I could tell.
I'm
Ever since Whitford, you've
So-
been very quiet.
Callie once again asks, "What the fuck happened in Whitford?"
Jamal said, long story, very long story.
Well, we got quite a bit of time.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I would probably say Jamal probably don't want to recount because if he think about it, he's gonna think about you know who, and that's gonna make him go back to that.
He starts whimpering like a dog when he gets sad. I'm sorry, that.
God,
Jesus
God,
Christ.
That's so funny though.
Would I have to do a medicine check or something?
No.
No.
Oh, like but no, Jamal Silvers just said to Callie like, no, it's just a long story, and then look back to June and be like, so y'all already know that I had a past family,
Mhm.
Yeah, you mentioned
and
something like that about them in runoff.
and
Other instances.
and I honestly have not told y'all the full story of why I'm the way I'm here right now. So I probably might as well to tell y'all now. So back in the war, I met I met a clinic nurse. Oh wait, GM was it? Well, that's what she was.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It was a clinic nurse, and she always had to had patch me up all the time because I was I was a very reckless young man.
Mm.
Bu- and throughout over time, we got closer, and to a point we nearly started dating when we got when like the war was over, and we both settled down. We ended up having a daughter. My
Hmm.
daughter's name was Peaches.
That's a cute name, actually.
Yeah.
Um, so Callie kind of makes a joke comment here, where she's like, "A nurse, huh? So you just have a thing for people that are like part of the medical side of things, I guess."
Jamal,
Seamus cracks a joke going, "Hello, nurse."
Jamal looks at Cal is like, "This is not funny. I'm actually being serious right now."
I'm being for real,
Callie,
not for play.
Callie's laugh goes from a laughing like with her entire face to uh Jamal. I'm being serious too.
like, Jamal have a stern look at Cal and then look back at look at June and the rest of the party.
Hey,
And
everybody's got a type, man. I'll just say that much.
I'm like, and also add a little bit out of
We
also.
enjoy
What is going on?
Don't worry about it.
I'm sorry. Jesus Christ, you're throwing me off. Um, and Jamal states like, in years that we like, I actually kind of forgot, but we were together for a really long time, and spe- especially remembering the time of just s- spending time with both of them, and especially just giving little wood carvings to my daughter.
I remember you saying that.
She is like she treasured them with all her heart every time I made one, and then just the smile on her face always always make me feel very happy. Like I was glad to live that life, glad to just settle down and just not have to think about combat. But then, as time went on, that tick, like the tick that I should be doing something, like going back into the fields and just do what I do best, just slowly comes here and there, but I just slowly ignores it. And I guess one year it got the best of me, and I end up running away from home with no trace of goodbyes or anything. I ca- I didn't regret it at the time, but, now I feel like I should at least said a goodbye. And I'll let Jamal have like a sad, have like a subtly sad look on his face. No tears or anything, but just subtly sad.
Why is the stealth? What the hell is the stealth check for? What are we doing here?
I was
Oh,
doing
well,
something. I
Well,
was
well, with
if,
a well with a stealth of 30, you don't know that it's happening.
yeah. So unless somebody has a passive perception over 30, no one notices June kind of tense up when Jamal says run from home.
Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky.
I can
at
I can
least-
confirm for you, none of the bolts have passive
I-
perception to do that.
Can I at least try?
I mean, you know what? Callie's usually a perceptive little girl. Make a nah, not that perceptive though.
Not happening. No.
Not that perceptive.
Tim's not
She's
looking,
big.
so he doesn't see.
I mean, she's too busy patting all the cow balls.
Yeah.
But continue, Jay,
Uh,
please.
I was like, and Jamal's just like, he kind of just had a moment like he about to like tear up, but then he just regained himself. He's like, not now, not now, not now. So, I did end up actually getting into a group way before I met y'all, and did a lot of mercenary work, including the fact that I couldn't join back because of Jamal points to his eye injuries, that I was not allowed to go back into like the Imperial Navy. So I didn't want to leave empty-handed, and this group, and he points to the badge on his hat. He's like, that's was my old team, and frankly, and Fuzzy, I like, and GM, we just gonna leave it like this, and just probably say Jamal have a fuzzy memory because something happened that day. I don't know what, but just know.
Shit was wild.
Shit was wild.
Shit
Yeah.
was
It was
wild.
wild.
Yeah,
But back in character.
Callie kind of pipes up and is like, "Have you spoken to your family since you left?"
Jamal kind of looks down on the ground and just sighs. He's like, even if I tried, I don't think they will ever talk to me again after what I did.
Callie gets really mad at him and is like, "Jay, why would they be mad
Jamal.
at you? They're your family. You know you left, but they still care about you to some degree. They still kind of love you." Jay, Jamal, I can't talk to my parents ever again because they're dead. And you're sitting here, you still have family that you can talk to. Just send them something, talk to them, do something, because they're still there. They're still alive.
Okay, I'm gonna say that like you don't even need to do a perception check when Callie says that. Like you can see like Callie's words are like, for whatever reason, affecting June too.
I'm like, can Jamal do a perception check?
No. They just,
He was saying you don't need to.
Yeah,
You can
like
already
no
tell
perception
it's
check. Like
out there.
yeah.
I'm like,
Because-
Jamal
and
looks
then
at-
Callie also adds, like, because I would kill every day for my parents if I could. I'm just thankful that my brother is still alive. But yeah, give them a call, talk to them or something.
I'm like, and Jamal looks back at the oracle, and look, well, when that came from, and just look back at them and be like, well, I feel like the damage is done, including the fact that I now know one of them is probably dead.
Still, you have a family and they're still alive. That's more than I can say. I only have my brother now, and he was gone for the last 10 years.
Unlike Jamal just looks at him. Looks at Callie and just said these words. Like Callie, there's so many things in life that I wish to take back and just that can continue can happen, but sometimes s- things is complicated, and honestly, I don't know where I stand in this currently. All I can really say is working with y'all br- brought back that spark, but weirdly also brought back this sense of like belonging.
Oh, we love you too, Jamal.
You do belong as much as everybody else here
It-
does.
as much as and Jamal's like as much as I don't say much and Tim always seem like a hard ass. I do I do care for every one of y'all, and I do hope y'all eventually get whatever y'all want in your life done before y'all
I
go.
throw
go.
a brotherly like arm around Jamal's like neck, and I give him a noogie.
It's like he's like, stop that, Seamus. Yeah, yeah. Don't.
And he's like, "Oh, I love you too, Jamal." And then she starts like messing with his ears.
Jamal, he start just doing it. You don't have to tell. He start doing the. Yeah, he start doing
The leg kick.
Stop, Callie. Stop. Thank you. Stop.
Dramatic husky noises.
Insert the fucking boss themes from Dark Souls with the husky roar.
Funny as all of that may be, though, one minor point of seriousness as the ship is getting underway. I do actually need to make a crafting check in order to actively pilot the ship.
I do.
Yes.
Can I
Since
get her?
since you have the greatest
my
crafting
Oh god,
check.
I rolled a 3. That's still good, right?
That's
Well,
a 3.
the craft. The,
That is
well,
that is a 3. Yes, that is a
Yeah,
3.
that is a 3. I mean, you can use your assurance here.
Oh, okay. I'll use my. I was gonna try to roll for a crit.
He's gonna use his insurance, Allstate, Progressive, what?
you roll 3, you're gonna need.
I mean, we're gonna need fucking sky barge insurance after Cali.
Whoa!
It is just so that you're aware, a DC 25 crafting
Oh,
check
no.
Oh,
to successfully pilot.
I have to re-roll that.
Is hero
Well, you don't need to use a hero point. Just reroll. We're just essentially trying to.
Oh
not-
my god.
Another 3.
Tim, you want to help?
Yeah, I got you. Hold on. You want me to roll crafting or?
Yeah, roll a crafting check.
Callie's trying really hard to listen to Vindig's instructions, but she's trying really. It's really difficult to get past his thick accent.
Like
His thick Kobold accent.
Not to mention he's all right back in the. But yeah, with Tim's help.
And Tim comes in, he's like, "Why can't you guys just talk in Draconic? You probably would understand him."
Yeah, I mean,
Oh yeah, we do both share another language. But with Tim's help, that's enough to get over that 25. so that you don't like run into a building in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
In the middle
buildings
of
out
nowhere.
here. What the
I
hell?
mean, the only buildings are the village. So, like, assumedly, this is like on the approach as you're like coming up to the village, and you're like, I would assume trying to land inside of the palisade walls. So yeah, you come in and sit down with the ship, but as everybody is coming in the fading um, light of the day around like the outside of the town and also a little bit inside of the town. You guys see the half of the orcs that stayed behind, plus Sirhan, and a couple of the villagers. Like there's the one Venara guy who does not speak common, who's kind of like an orangutan. But he is out with them. They are scattering rubble from the broken statues to like keep them from regenerating themselves. Mm-hmm. So since they smashed them earlier, they're now taking the time to like spread the stone around far enough so that these things can't regenerate themselves. But when you guys start like on your approach, you see Sirhan run over, pick up his like fat honking repeating crossbow and just level it at the flying ship until you guys get close enough that he can actually start to see your name ping up in his HUD on his glasses.
Him like waving. It's like it's us.
Oh, okay, it's you guys. But you guys pull into the village, and I'm going to say that a previous timer that was set in Mr. Servo's egg timer goes off, letting Callie know that the anti-curse serum that you were having Manal work on should be ready now, so you can go get that through the door to like give to these sick people so that they can make the check to try to not be cursed. So, with all of that said, and this ship successfully piloted back over, not to mention all of the like testimony and everything from Betty and the other orcs, it is not by any means whatsoever difficult to talk these people into coming with you to Homestead. So we don't have to worry about like trying to convince them to like place. Yeah. Like they're not. Some of them are not particularly happy about it. Like this has been their home for their entire lives. But also cursed like undead statues that are trying to kill them. That's kind of a deal breaker.
Yeah.
I feel like if they were complaining, I would be like, well, I get this is your hometown, but like they've gone. She would explain to them like, we saw statues as far out as the border, so like anywhere from like a day out is probably covered in statues, and we don't know how many are out there. It could take literal months to get rid of all of them, if not maybe even years, to eliminate all the statues.
Yeah. So like a couple of them are a little like grumpy about it, but no one is fighting this. No one is fighting this. I will need to make checks for those people who are sick. They get Manal's bonus because he's given them the good shit, same thing they gave to Callie. So they will need to make additional saving throws for that. So that shouldn't be too terribly difficult for them to do, especially since there is also a couple of people, Callie and Laria, who are there who can also like provide medical assistance.
I have a question.
Yes.
Once somebody turns full statue, is there a way to turn them back or no?
Once you go full statue.
Like say somebody had a scroll, anti-curse or something, a divine scroll removed.
You would need the anti-curse is called remove affliction. So you would need somebody who is powerful enough to cast the works on curses version of remove affliction, and if they've gone full, can flesh to stone, who can de-petrify.
Wait, what?
You would need somebody who can also de-petrify on top of somebody who can remove affliction at a high enough level curses.
Yeah.
That
So we
answers my
need-
question then. Yeah,
So,
we dip
I mean,
in. We
so
getting the fuck out of here.
doable. So yeah, doable, but like not
Nothing we can do
at
right
all
now.
convenient. Yeah,
In
yeah,
other
nothing
words,
you can do
we
now.
gotta get the fuck out of here.
So go ahead and just get this out of the way.
Brother, we gotta
These 5 guys.
Brother Lee.
Burgers and fries.
Thankfully, this is not an incredibly high saving throw, and they get the bonus from a nat. So, 2 passes. That's going to be 1 failure, and then for the last guy. All right, so it's just the 1 failure. So he'll just need to make another save later. So long as Manal keeps making.
Well, I
Then,
mean, hopefully he's not too grumpy. We got money to pay him.
Yeah.
I mean, he has been exceptionally busy the past like week and a half. You guys have been bringing him shit and desperately needing supplies from him as fast as you can fucking make it.
Helm buff.
I will apologize when I get that.
Okay, so as far as getting back to Homestead, as we've discussed previously, with the sky barge, which can maintain a speed of 35, essentially permanently, so long as at least 2 people are around to wind the thing every hour, then it can keep going.
Technical question on that. Do me and Britt count as 2 people for that?
Yes.
Dope.
Yes, you do count as 2 people. So you and Brick can make up the crew, while Callie is also the pilot. To move the sky barge, just so that we're being clear on the rules here, you got to have at least 3 people, or people who count as 3 people, on the thing to actually move the thing. The pilot is whoever is the person who is actually making the check that's involved. They can be assisted, so somebody can be a pilot, quite literally.
I keep rolling low.
But the other two people are basically there doing what the captain tells them to do, which is how the check actually happens. But the captain's got to have those other 2 people to help them in order to be able to make the check. Besides the crafting check, something that does need to be that we just immediately need to look at is Callie trained in thievery?
Yeah.
Okay. The reason that that's important is that you can basically pause the wind up power, so you can wind it and then so that you don't use up the clockwork power until you need it. But to do that, though, you have to make a disable device check, which is done using the thievery skill, and it's the same DC as piloting. So basically, when you park it, you either just let it tick down and spend the time to wind it up later, or you make the check to pause so that power remains. It's your choice.
Can I do it right now?
No, that's whenever we park.
Yeah, you do that when you park it.
Oh, okay.
So whenever we
you
get back
park
to
the car.
Homestead.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
okay.
Whenever
Because
you park
I have
it,
a
or
thievery.
whenever
So
you
if
park it,
possible, I just have to roll like a 13 or above.
yeah.
Not too hard.
The only times really that you need to worry about one, if you don't have the crew to wind the damn thing, but you still got time limit on it, you'll want to be able to lock it. When you park, assuming that when you use it next time you're not in a real hurry, then you can just let it wind down. Or if you set the thing to quote unquote hover, then you need to turn off the power. But either way, you've otherwise successfully made the check. I'm not going to bother to ask you to make another one as we bring it back to Homestead. So, let us switch over to the homestead map.
Do we have an actual map now?
Well, it's still the same map, which is now brings us to earlier. Is I wanted to talk to the party uh, on what do you guys want to do uh, with homestead, like what things do you want to build up? So like right now, Callie's workshop is essentially in its starter beginning basic form. It's completely usable, it's ready to go, but it will undoubtedly time.
Get big.
Uh,
It will.
the area directly like next to it is in the process of basically becoming sort of like what will become the core of the actual town here. They're in the process of like building structures, and they've got most of the basics down for several like cottages and little homesteads and things like that. They've got like got the wire like strung out to like demarc like roads, and they've got like drainage ditches and all that.
Wow.
That shit's been done mostly, but that's going to have to expand, especially as you're now coming in with like 40 brand new people into town. So that will have to expand. You're going to need to make some decisions on like where do you want to put farms, and where do you want to like set up like, okay, the workshop's here, but we need other businesses. Where are those other businesses going to go? So essentially, like,
We need to start marketing out. We need to start like sectioning off areas.
yeah, marking out like districts
Market
and things
this
like that.
areas.
So what I would like for you guys to do is to give some thought to that, and in the Discord, just over time, just put in like some note there of like, I want to make sure that we have a spot for like this kind of business or that sort of thing, so that we can build those up. One thing that like Syrup has already talked to me about was having Callie like send out things for like, hey, is there anybody who is a who knows how to like raise cattle or sheep or other like herd animals to come to this area, so that so that you're raising animals for
Livestock.
slaughter and other like livestock uses.
Now, I have a question.
Yes.
Now, my question is, and this is like a joke, and hear me out.
Mm-hmm.
We're basically building a like almost a town to a fact that almost feel like I'm like no, yeah, I know that sounds obvious coming from me, but listen, just hear me out.
Mm-hmm.
Now, question, GM, is Homestead the actual name of the surrounding?
Homestead is at the moment sort of the quote unquote working title. Because well, first of all, IRL, there's plenty of places that are just. And when you guys first came here, the major location was essentially Gloria's camp, but this is no longer a camp, so you can't really call it a camp. And then each one of the original people that lived here, they individual homesteads, so they were the homesteaders. That was just their sort of a group name. So homestead is basically just the working title. If you guys come up with a better name for the
that's what I was
community,
thinking.
that's perfectly fine. Although I will tell you, if you come up with a goofy name, you may get voted out. You might get voted out if it's too goofy.
I was actively trying to think of a couple, and I kind of wanted to go because we are how close is Homestead to the coast? We're actually not that close comparatively, I don't think.
You are.
Callie does kind of send me
check the
have
other
a
map real
plan
quick.
for. I mean, Callie does sort of semi-have a plan for Homestead. She wants it to be like a trade network between 3 different places, that being Harlem, Lariel, and um, Volcano.
Mm.
She's just gotta like get the roads and the obviously the roads and the place build the roads and
Looks about half a mile.
As the crow flies, um,
I mean
Danger?
it's between 3 different very important trade networks.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
thinking of some along the lines of it.
Like Triborough or something like that.
Triborough.
Borough
Sounds like
sounds.
Crossroads.
The in the
Not the tri-state
area.
area. No.
Tri-state area.
I agree with like your
no.
3-location plan. I do like that, and I think integrating tri into it.
Although I would note that the actual like literal corner of the Empire, Wargfur, and the Kingdom of Bach is like literally like 200 miles from where you guys are currently at. So it's all within the same state of the Empire.
True.
So technically, the tri-state area is right over. But
My
I mean,
nader.
but
like
to answer your question though about the how far coast, as the crow flies, Homestead, working title, is about 24 miles.
Mm.
It's not too
I
far,
was-
but still.
Yeah, I was thinking like coastal potential, like working for like fishing and stuff, but we might be too far.
I mean,
County is all for fishing as a, but yeah, 24 miles is quite a far.
I mean,
Far to
24 miles
haul
is
fish.
24 miles is quite the hike. I mean, in modern times, that's still very much fucking coastal. Like that's really
yeah.
coastal.
Yeah.
But for these people who mostly get around on foot, that's like a day and a half walk.
Yeah, transferring fish from the coast back to Homestead, working title, is, probably not great for the fish.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm sure
well, I
they
mean,
have
no-
some preservative ways, like, you know.
Oh yeah, you can,
Especially with
you can
magic.
salt them, you can salt them, and you can ice them. Specifically, Torque, rather famously, makes shopping trips from here to Harham, and that's like a day and a half travel for her to get to Harham. The reason it would take slightly longer to get to the coast directly is because off-road.
That's true.
But she can actually make it a bit faster if she's on the road going to Harham. It would even be slightly even more faster if she to Whitford, but she doesn't go to Whitford for shopping because she technically has a warrant out for her name in Whitford.
Okay, hold on. Hear me out. Dumb idea, but hear me out.
Oh boy.
Remember the inn that we stayed at? That was a crossroad to get to the Crescent Moon area.
Uh-huh.
Why don't we just make Homestead like an inn slash kind of like little, I want to say shopping district, but like a.
I was thinking like more like a trade.
It's like a trade post, but like there's an inn at least,
Yeah.
Oh, 100%. We gonna open
I mean-
the inn.
I
that's
would very
what I
much agree on
trade
an
hub.
inn.
Wasn't the Pathfinder representative going to open an inn already, or like a?
He's specifically going to lodge, which
yeah.
is like an inn, but it's an inn specifically for Pathfinders.
Business oriented.
But their lodges also tend to include like at least a little bit of a library, which they generally stock local topics and things like that. It also usually includes a small like armory, but that's technically going to be covered by Kelly's workshop.
Which, again,
I mean-
we'll have to open like a full or do some kind of discussion of the channel because I already have a couple of like
I was
location
thinking,
plans.
I mean, I was
Right.
thinking mostly like trade hub between like Harham, Whitford, Valerio and Volcano Meal.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like,
I also
I mean, those are like the main locations nearby, and they're like a lot of them do a lot of
And that's another thing. Like uh, Gloria could point out that like if you take the entrance to the Mushroom Road that is accessed down at the cave, um, that getting from there to Volcano only takes like 3 days.
yeah.
Uh, there's a path that you can take from Volcano Mill that goes to an entrance that's uh, like a quote unquote official like border crossing that's in Harham, and that's an entire week. Like
So
that's how
we would
windy,
actually
that's how,
be closer.
yeah, that's how windy that one
Wow.
is.
I
In
mean,
order
yeah,
to like
that's, I mean,
to make
trade
that path.
Callie's like, if we get the traders involved, that means more money, and if we get more money, that means more tax dollars. That we
Like
Bread dictator.
Callie is just interested in the many different ways in which she can commit fraud. Um,
Crazy.
Airship, let's go.
I
mean,
mean, the whole fucking homestead wouldn't exist without her, so it kind of makes sense that she would be thinking about fraud.
I mean, yeah, it does. But yeah, so Goofy is all that is. The whenever we figure out a name for it, that'll be something to do there. But also, as far as like going back to that whole thing about an inn, one of the original homes, his guy is a human guy whose name is Barrick. He is specifically an innkeeper by like training, and Torque is trained in all of the skills and abilities to run a saloon. So, like between
There
the
we
two
go.
of them, they could set up any kind of like fucking entertainment venue you want.
Let's go. And then we got anyway, okay, real quick. Do we
Oh.
have a place in Homestead to set up like a mine or a quarry?
I mean, there really is a abandoned mine.
That's literally what like that's literally what the camp is a
Oh yes,
mine
old
that got
place was a
started.
mine.
Oh, which actually, just a little thing that may or may not be important later. But
Writing it down.
that does get brought up when you guys come back. Is that while you were gone, there's actually been like 2 new families that have like moved into the area that are joined the community. But also, somebody came by and like spoke to Torque and whatnot, and they said, and as far as like Torque knows, they weren't lying, but like they said that they were representatives of the Avalon Company, and they're the ones that started the mine that she and Gloria have been using as their like home for the past like couple of years. So technically speaking, that's owned by the Avalon Company.
You mean the same Avalon mining company that allowed I guess
Yeah.
told no one about it? You mean that same Avalon mining company?
Yeah, that Avalon Mining Company.
Sure.
Also,
I feel like all this will be brought up with the Avalon mining company. Like, hey, yo, like, I know about your dirt, but, like, but I still need you guys' services,
But yeah, like one of their representatives like came by, spoke to Torque, and according to Torque, they didn't like they're not like telling her and Gloria to like, fucking move out or whatever, that they're going to take it back. Just simply that
Hey, technically we have the deed.
it's basically the guy came a mine survey technician thing, and this is a place that's on my map that I'm supposed to check. That's just a location that they own. He has no say whatsoever in whether or not they've got to move out or anything. But he was just letting her know, like, hey, he was just like letting her know, like, hey, the Avalon company still considers this to be their property.
I
So
feel like as soon as Callie knows about this, be like, maybe we should send a delegate. Tell them, hey yo, we're those guys that got rid of your dragon problem.
Not if we just get this one mine.
Yeah, nearly died doing it. So I
Like-
feel like we have some obligation to own this property. Otherwise,
like, hey,
fuck off.
read the room.
Within reason, yeah.
Read the room.
Reason, yeah.
Also,
We
I
fought for your mind. Maybe you don't want to be going and claiming other people's places as mines.
Mm-hmm. Like,
but I like I actually weirdly might have a good name idea.
Say it.
I am gonna post it in the chat thing. Casimir.
Casimir.
Cashmere.
Casimir.
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 I mean, how are we gonna say it? Is it Casimir or
It's
Casimir?
Casimir. It's Casimir. It's Casimir.
No, if we're gonna say it like
Casimir.
Casimir, then yeah, I'm fine with Casimir. Because if we're saying Cashmere, I'm gonna kill somebody because that is awful. But
I'm like, but
Casimir is fine.
but
Casimir is fine.
look at the
But if you
meaning.
did
Look
go
at the
with
meaning of it.
Cashmere, But if you did go with Cashmere, you get an extremely cool theme song.
Yeah, but I have to live with the fact that our town is named Kashmir, and I don't
That
know
is
if
true.
I want to.
You would have to sleep with that.
Yeah. Honestly, that description is very accurate of what our group is.
Yeah, because it's a destroyer
Maybe it should be our
of peace,
group
but
name.
it also should be
Cashmere.
in the proclaimer of peace. And
I mean-
it could be a double entendre. We're we're here for the people, but then again, we're also just doing it for us.
We disrupt the peace, but also we bring the peace.
In more ways than one.
I like that's the patron saint of Poland.
I don't know. Honestly, I wouldn't want to. I would actually, if it's not if that can't be the town name, I would 100% be cool with that being that group name.
I am not okay with our name being called Casimir. I'm fine with the
Casimir.
I'm
Casimir.
fine with the town being called Casimir, but I am not fine with our group being called Casimir.
Casimir.
That is where I draw
honestly-
the line.
Honestly,
It's called
Casimir, I do think is a cool name though, Jay. I do think that's a cool name.
I like the idea of Casimir for our location name.
Yeah, I'm fine with Casimir as the town name. I draw the line at us call
Our
Oh,
group
that's still
Casimir.
there.
I think our group
Yeah.
is. We don't even have a name for our group yet. We thought of the Shark Tank. and
I
some stuff
jokingly
like
just
that.
think in my head is that we are. I just like to short. Like
Shark Tank is really good though.
I like. No, I'm like we're a bunch of outcasts, but also a bunch of outlaws.
Hey bro, what are you talking about? I don't have wanted posters, but at least not yet anyway.
We are the potential outlaws. We are the
Potential outlaws.
potentially, not fully potential.
Potentially.
But
Eventually.
eventually.
I mean, there's somebody who considers you. There's somebody.
I mean, yeah.
As a
That's
joke,
how I
I like
feel.
that to be a funny name.
But yeah, I'm fine with Casimir. What do you guys think? We're gonna put
I
it
have-
into a vote.
I like the name Casimir for our town.
As long as we're saying Casimir and not Cashmere.
We are
Fine with
Casimir.
it.
Casimir, we're saying.
Because if anybody says Cashmere, we're executing them. No questions asked.
Can at least go to court first.
No, fuck that. We need to build the courts first. And we don't have them, so no, execute later.
Okay, so just because I wrote it down, if you guys have any other ideas, this is more for just districts than it is smaller sections.
Districts?
I'm thinking business district, farmland, residential district, the workshop as its own independent area, energy production, which can be either like water or wind power, a quarry, and then a lumberyard.
I don't see no problems with that.
And
No, it's just about
you definitely do have both a lot of options as far as lumber. You've got a lot of options as far as doing quarry stuff. You do know where there is a deposit, uh,
I mean, I don't
and
have.
and you have multiple rivers that can be used for
Power. Yeah.
setting up power generation.
or aqueducts.
I mean, Kelly's not a problem with that. You make the workshop their own district, so.
Yeah, well, because I think if you had the workshop with the other businesses, it would be because Callie's workshop to me feels more like the production facility. That's where things get made.
The workshop to me feels like the heart, more like the where everything gets done kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I do agree.
I actually, Jamal actually goes to Tim and he actually would actually ask him something.
Straight.
What's up?
I was like, Jamal said, you remember the fort that we took down?
Yeah, the fort that's still there.
Yes.
And still technically like 25% on fire. Or was 25% on fire? Destroyed,
Well, it's not anymore.
Like, Jamal,
Yeah.
I
Oh
mean,
no,
yeah,
it's still on
not
fire.
anymore,
It's been on
but-
fire this whole time.
Yeah, it's been
It's been on fire
on
this whole-
fire. This whole time it's been on fire. The fort that was destroyed by a giant fire.
like, well, Jamal asked Tim is like, if we get more and more of like this whole settlement going, you think me and you can go back to that fort and probably run it and make it like a gun.
We could probably work on creating. We could probably work on creating a firearms production facility. Yeah.
Why don't we do that at the
on top
workshop,
of
though?
on top of also training people.
Why not at the workshop though? Why don't we have the weapons facility at the workshop and then the fort is just that? It's just a fort.
It's just a training facility.
I would. Yes, we
For
could.
the-
You know
for
what?
the,
Yes, we could do a training.
uh,
But
area.
then again, I don't.
mean,
think,
yeah.
But then again, I don't.
I mean,
think,
I'm fine with turning the fort into like where the army is situated, like the local army. You know what I
Yes,
mean?
the barracks.
Yeah.
That's what we can do.
even though I personally feel like Sirhan probably would be low key feel some type of way, including the fact of what happened.
I mean,
Hey,
it's
as far
like
as I'm concerned, you
there.
guys can do
We
whatever the hell you
got-
want with that place. I don't
But
have
then
an
again-
emotional attachment to it.
But I'm sorry.
So you're fine if we expand enough that becomes like military.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm
Alrighty.
like Jamal said, hell, we could let you run it since you really know the place.
I do have an idea, and that is to turn. You know where the like the grasslands are, where the Greenhill family is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking of turning that into like the farmland area, and like the area over here into like the lumber yards.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what I'll out of character. I'll probably after the game I'll draw out a map personally, just and then see what y'all think about it. But yes, so I definitely think like farms to this side, running the lumberyard up here, and then I'm thinking either having the town go, either having the town just go move this direction, not diagonal. Move like either this direction or follow along the side of the river.
Yeah, I think that as long as we have bridges, you know.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like I said, we need to get roads and paths put in place so that we can
Yeah.
get all the places together. While this is happening, fucking Torque and June are having a fucking romance session in the back.
They're they're conversating and Tim and Callie are at like the
Tim,
Well, like,
Callie,
are
Paul,
you guys have-
literally
Yeah.
everybody
you
else
guys
are
have been
like,
talking, and like one of the colos just like popped,
architecture.
you know, and like came over to like see what was up. You know, comes over to like
June is
and
currently pinching
Torque
Torque's
and-
cheek and like tugging a little bit, like you see like one of her
and
tusks.
Torque is just like absolutely having a giggle fit. See, I can summon the security forces.
Hey,
I need to talk to them about that one.
Tim has like you've
We
watched.
we have to have a long discussion about that one.
Tim's like normally unfocused nature has like focused up real hard as he's like considering architecture. Like you're watching as he continues, he starts like drawing out graphs of like areas. He's got like zoning sections off. He's like, okay, then if we build a house this direction, we're gonna need to keep at least 16 feet distance between this road and this road.
Or not Torque, but Tim has unlocked like programming he wasn't even aware of.
I think my lore skill outside of automaton lore is legal lore, so I do know about like zoning codes and stuff.
Yeah, you would actually know about things. But yes, there's a lot of questions to ask all about that. Otherwise, though, you know, generally speaking, homesteaders and everybody else is very, you know, like glad to see you guys. They're extremely surprised to see you all pull up in a fucking like flying boat.
What's up, fool? We got transportation.
Hey, look, we stole this from a dead guy.
Like, you know, like Torque was letting everybody know because, you know, you guys communicated as you were moving dinosaur, fucking magical dinosaur bones through the door to the workshop and everything. So she's told everybody a couple of days ago that this was going to, but they're still very surprised to fucking see it because none of these people have ever seen a airship before. This is brand new fucking technology for this world.
What's up?
But yes, but otherwise though, I mean,
What's the
you know, hailed as the returning hero.
What's the?
And
I was gonna say, what's the green kobold's reaction to Homestead? What do they think of it?
Well, it's less cold than the mountains, so they appreciate that.
Already a positive.
Yeah, already a positive. They are they do legitimately like take notice of the fact that there are, you know, the red scaled kobolds here, and they appreciate the fact that they're being like, you know, treated like equals, even though they're the quote unquote like base sort of like kobolds. But yeah, they are at the moment reserving judgment until, you know, like what their treatment and payment is supposed to be, which they do let Callie know that, you know, like was said by the Oracle, they are mercurial. They work for pay, and they will treat you like the boss so long as you're paying them.
Yeah, that was the plan.
If you don't pay, or if you kill them, then the way that their clan looks at that is it looks at loss of. They look at death of a member as loss of income for the group. So they will
respect.
So they will come after you for that. So just, you know, FYI, so long as you're paying them, they
So does this mean
behave
if
appropriately.
paying them more green kobolds will show up?
I
Is
mean,
that what
if
you're
you want,
telling me?
if you want to pay for more green kobolds to show up,
I mean, yeah. If
We
they're
can hire a
willing to work-
workforce.
I mean, yeah. If
Do
they're willing
they-
to work as hard, yeah, I'm fine with paying the green.
Is
I
there
mean,
like any
they-
noticeable-
It means we get to take more of the work for Mr. Soul Riot.
well, I mean, that would be the other thing. If he's already hired, they only have so many of them that are available.
wait,
if he's
also,
got and if he's got the rest of them, like hired out or contracted and doing something, then you're not going to get any other
I mean,
kobolds
yeah,
to help.
understandable,
Is there any
also, if
animosity
they
between
start-
our kobolds and them? Or are they
Yeah,
just like...
that was that was another question I was gonna.
No, there doesn't seem to be any animosity. They're not like ew greens
beef.
or ew reds.
Good. No kobold.
Yeah,
racism.
There's no real kobold racism going on.
that,
I
although-
didn't mean
al-
especially
al-
like that, just more like,
I mean, it makes
although
sense,
Gacthus, when you guys show up, when everybody's getting off of the boat and everything, and he sees the other like swole kobolds, which are like a foot taller than he is, you do see him like pull himself up to like his full like 3.5 foot
Stand up
height
straight.
that he can do, and he's like pulls himself up, like puffs his chest out, like saunters over like yeah, I'm the guy who's in charge here of the whole community.
I'm the boss hoss of this whole operation.
Oh,
I am the boss.
I
of
was
these
like-
red kobolds.
I would also say this: if they also feel like just some reason they go to a fucking protest or fucking start having a strike, Seamus.
Okay. First of all, we don't need to kill them.
I know I'm joking, but
Not
still.
everything needs to die, Jamal.
The Grim Reaper.
Oh, you're the one to talk. You're the one.
Don't worry about it.
Does this mean that when we have, if the is that a possibility? We'll get
Well,
What?
all of the kobolds that you brought over, they're all male. So all the green ones are male.
okay.
There are a lot of like red kobold adults that are female, and you do know that the kobolds, or at least the kobolds that are they're in Homestead, they're not what's the word?
Abstinent?
Well, they're definitely not abstinent, as there's more kobolds every time you turn. But like,
They're
but
good at
like,
multiplying, I see.
they are good
Like
at multiplying.
bunnies.
They are good at that. Which, just as another like piece of information that is given you guys, one of the construction projects that was going on that is now complete is they've actually completed their main warren for the red kobolds. So they've built they're basically done with their living area as far as like they are concerned. So they can now focus. They can now basically add in to the workforce to build up buildings for the other humanoids. But they do live communally and like interbreed communally. They don't marry. Like Gacthus isn't married, but he's like the father of the vast majority
of a couple of kobolds.
Yeah, he's the dad of several
He's the
kobolds.
You'd be surprised
Okay,
how
well,
big.
I will-
he's the alpha.
I won't say anything, but if a bunch of yellow kobolds start showing up, I won't say anything about it. It's basically what I'm trying to say here.
And they got a mix of being lean and buff.
I mean,
that is
well,
that is.
well, the other thing is that these green kobolds, compared to the reds that you have here, like each successive generation of red kobolds, which literally there's only been, one, but like even those kids, which are now the oldest of those kobolds, the ones that were fresh hatched when you guys first met these guys. Even now, like they're very clearly like going to be probably slightly bigger than their parents. They're going to be more healthy, and so will the next generation, and so on and so on. So eventually they'll catch up.
I was gonna say
somewhat to the greens, but like the greens are like you got like 5 like ripped Adonises, like walking into a field of like underfed
You
short
can
stacks.
just hear the funk music just radiating from them.
Yeah, like
I
like the
mean,
like the
God.
Pillar Man theme plays distantly.
Oh, I fucking love the Pillarman theme, bro.
You look and see one of the male green ones and one of the female red ones, and you're like,
I mean,
hope we don't lose a.
that's part of why Gactus was like stancing up when you guys like first showed up. I gotta look.
gas this. We'll keep
Gotta
them
earn
in
my
check,
spot.
boy.
But like, yeah, I mean, or to use like the fucking the green guys are fucking space marines versus like regular infantrymen for your reds.
Oh,
Like there's that difference.
The fucking, the regular humans versus the space marine.
Yeah, it's honestly it's obscene. But like
Yeah.
you know, as Gactus, you know, and the other kobolds told you guys, they were essentially and for quite a long time were treated like pests. So this is, you know, for them, this is basically the first up and coming generation going to have like good housing and like good food and education and like all of that sort of stuff. So they will over time get better. And quite frankly, if the greens do interbreed with them, that speed the process up. So.
I mean, yeah, you know,
They're gonna have a rainbow of colors.
they're gonna mix some of that dragon DNA in there with them, you know.
I mean,
and all of
it's
this-
only going to be a couple of drops. Only a couple of drops.
And all of this happened because a fish girl was like, "They're cute. I want them."
I mean, yeah.
I mean, even before that too, like the original batch of Cabals, they were just supposed to be like that low-level encounter, and we're like, wait, you know, these guys actually kind of like aren't, you know, evil. They're just
Bad.
like, you know, in a shitty situation. Let's help them.
I mean, yeah. As soon as Callie saw that they were like not like this could be her minion first. That was like the first thought that went through my mind.
Yeah, that's always.
Which admittedly at the time was a little bit thing.
A little bit what?
You know, and it was very much though it was mostly June's compassion that like led to this very positive outcome for the kobolds. You know, like Gactus was never ever intended to be a reoccurring dude. He was like basically supposed to be kind of sort of
a level 1 goblin that was meant to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so funny though. It's like if the level 1 goblin and then he and then his entire tribe of goblins end up being, you know, like essential to the main plot.
Like, hey, we've built you this area. All you have to do is work for us, and you'll live a much better life than you were in.
Yeah, you guys have provided these kobolds with such a amazing increase in just their you know, their overall quality of life. So like this has been nothing but a just straight up positive for them, and they've been getting on very well with the other, you know, homesteaders here. They're also like Gactus has been spending a lot of his time actually like sparring with the Kolos, you know, building up his strength. He's no longer level 3. He's now level 4.
Ooh.
Nice.
Yeah,
Big man.
yeah. He's level 4. He's only like 2 levels behind the green kobolds. So
We'll get
yeah,
him there in time.
We'll get him there.
I mean, obviously, and even though the most swole kobolds though, they're still. I mean, like 2 of them could probably rock termite socks, but on like in a 1-to-1 combat, termite's still going to come out on top.
Yeah.
But like 2 of the greens versus him, nah, he's going down. I mean, not without a fight, but he's still going down. So yeah, like these guys are they are tough, but they will get along with the other kobolds. Whether or not they get along to the point of like interbreeding, that's questionable.
Yeah.
That's a question that comes up. That's a question that comes up later. But there is a entire wearing of thirsty short stack red kobolds like right over. So
Oh my
I don't give them good odds. I don't give
Oh
them
my
good odds.
god.
Bring down
Oh my
one chunk.
god, man.
The fact that you said short stacks too. Like
Yeah, the fact
thirsty
you said
short stacks. Thirsty
They're-
short
I mean,
stacks.
to them, yeah.
How many?
They're thirsty short stack kobolds compared to other kobolds.
How many C's at the end of that thick for them short stacks?
Several.
Seven.
Jesus
Mostly just one.
Tim,
Mostly
calm
just
down.
one.
Okay.
Oh, that
Mostly
wasn't
just
Tim. That
one
was
seed.
player
Well,
asking.
we're talking about Cobalt.
Oh,
and and shit.
Danger, calm down.
We're
But
talking about all this crazy
but-
shit. How's my brother doing?
your brother is doing well. He is very glad actually to be back in a like actual literal sort of way rather than kind of sort of way that you've been coming in through the magical door. He's very glad to have you and the rest of the party back. Primarily because like Torque now has like June back to like, you know, pester and do silly stuff with, because he's real confused whenever Torque gets within like 15 feet of him. But yeah, other than that though, he's doing well, and he's also itching to like, you know, do stuff. You know, it's been kind of fun, like, you know, pointing out to the kobolds and the kolos for, you know, doing stuff while you're gone, but also like it gets a bit boring, especially when he doesn't really know what the fuck is going on in the workshop. He just has like a list from Callie on like, tell the kobolds to do this, tell the kobolds to do this, then tell them to do that. If anything catches on fire, tell them to put out the fire.
Put it out.
And when it's mating season, don't look into much in that. Just let them do their thing.
Close the doors and just pray to God.
Lock the doors, pray. But yeah, he doesn't really know much about like the crafting side of things, and the thing that he is, you know, good at and has some background with is fighting. And honestly, he'd like to get out on the road next time you guys head out.
Yeah.
Ooh. So, but
Yeah. Whenever Rusi has some free time, Tim would like to spar with him.
Rusi would fucking love to like punch you with his robot arm.
Come on. Robot against robot. Let's boogie.
The robot Ali installed.
Jamal would be the referee.
He
Jamal.
would love to just punch the shit out of you with his robot arm. He, just so that you know, he is a gladiator by like class and ability. So like he does very literally know how to throw ham.
Good. Tim would probably not fight him with his guns unless he could load it with like rubber bullets.
How long does it take? I have to ask. How long does it take Betty to get to Homestead? By the way, after we get there, probably like a couple more days.
Yeah, it's going to take.
Oh.
It's going to take her and the orcs about a day and a half longer than it will. Just simply because they were on and moved faster than y'all did on foot.
I'm actually curious. How did y'all manage to get Betty on your side? 'Cause I know I wasn't here for that.
I mean, it wasn't really a lot of convincing. She was kind of already she was on the hunt. She was on the hunt for undead. She was on the hunt for undead, and so
And we weren't undead.
It didn't take. Yeah, we weren't undead.
Yeah, it didn't take a lot of
Convincing.
convincing.
I
Betty-
mean, especially since we promised that we would help. Fucking Discord. We promised that we would help their villagers. It didn't take a lot.
Yeah, the Betty, just so that you're aware, Jay, she is very much like, visually speaking, she's very much like a black, but she is actually she's like a knight. You know, that whole like honor is legitimately an important thing to her. And ever since like her change in health condition, she's been really focused on like trying to help others in, you know, whichever way she can, but the normal way that she helps people is by like pointing violence at the right target, kind of thing. She's also particularly good at like training people, because essentially the orcs that she's bringing were bandits at one point, but she has turned them into almost semi like a sort of like a knightly order. They've got a lot more discipline than like bandits do.
Oh, that's cool.
Which like there's already a fucking they can like take up residence in, especially if you guys want Sirhan to be over there and help with training for a militia force, essentially.
And he would probably do a damn good job too, cool the fact that he have honesty in his heart.
Oh yeah, and plus he is Betty's. He was training to be a knight. She's basically her family was part of like a knightly thing, so she had slightly better gear and slightly better training than he did. He was basically in the same program, so between the two of them, they really know what they're fucking doing when it comes to like how to train up knights in the like Kingdom of Bach, sort of like training regimen and that sort of thing. So given time and like equipment and whatnot, they could probably turn those former orc bandits into a like legitimate military force. Give it enough time, especially if Callie spends some time making gear for them.
I mean, that is probably what's going to end up happening.
Yeah. Also,
Callie likes the idea of a militant force that she has control of.
Yes.
And like the Kolos that you currently have as a security force, they are much more of like wilderness, like ranger ninja kind of guys, rather than coming in riding on knights.
What I was thinking is how I said that I was thinking of having like dedicated trade between Harum, Vault Chamomile, and Valerio. I was thinking that once Betty gets here, I was thinking of like Betty more secure, training up like a military thing, and then potentially having like Termite in his group, like that ferries back the tree, so that they go and from all these different locations to and from instead back and so that trade is protected, sort of something like that. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
If anybody has any other better ideas,
I'm
willing to listen to them.
I mean, that sounds like that would be a good way to go with it.
Yeah, Betty running like training procedures and merchant guard, I think, is a good idea.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, really, if you do want to turn this into a trading hub, like making sure that the roads are safe for merchants is a big damn deal.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of money. You gotta let the
was turning termites to like the protectors of the trade routes, and then Betty into the like the
Yeah.
I'm like, also, can I just make a joke that our group, I low-key just want to jokingly call the Saiyan Warriors, cool the fact we incorporated a lot of villains. We incorporated a lot of a lot of bad people too.
Well,
Callie
Callie has a mentality. If she doesn't need to kill them, converting them to her side just
will be beneficial.
Yes.
If she can convert the enemy to her side, she doesn't need to kill them. Because now they're working for her.
Yep.
Why kill them when you can just make them an ally?
Work for you.
Yeah, why kill them when you can make them an ally? It's just beneficial for everyone.
It's just a positive all around.
He's like the moment we realized we had the kobolds on our side is a realization that Cal is like, there's something here and I like it.
We can make
Well,
it work.
Callie's plan was always to take over the world. She just needed a. And the kobolds, when they came around, she was. This is the jumping off point. This is where I start leading, and more making this a reality, and not just something she writes down on paper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wait, this could be for real. But all of that said and done, while we wait for June to get back here,
I'm back. I'm just eating at the moment. I don't want to like have all the like
Yeah.
the sloppy chewing sounds.
ASMR?
Nah,
I mean, okay.
Silence.
Hold
the
on.
silence speaks volumes.
Tim, you still wanted to go to Har.
Yes, my plan for going to Harham was trying to sell any of the stuff that we want to liquidate, run by the library, check and see if we can find any additional information on Soul Riot. And then for me personally, I'd like to run back by the Cat's Eye to talk to Vandal, and while we're there, you can talk to Ixtil.
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
I would like to do that, yeah.
All right.
Liquidate all of our assets. Holy shit, I can't.
Yes, so was there anything in that list out of character that anybody else wanted before I...
I do have to ask, can we have Laria
Laria.
fucking try and sell them so that, you know, she gets her, like,
She
Innocent,
is the
like,
one
you
who's
or
trained with innocently trained with merchant stuff.
yeah.
Okay. I was gonna say,
But I
well, I
can't
was gonna
fucking-
try
I
my
can't- I can't
diplomacy,
see
but
it.
I don't think that she has an actual feat for it.
you
Mine's
have-
just diplomacy.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
you have good diplomacy, but still, yeah, she's trained in merchant.
Oh yeah.
Stuff.
All right. Let me bring up the
I definitely want, yeah, I
The
definitely
loot
want to
stuff.
speak. I mean, I definitely want to speak to Ishtil. I learned Skish specifically so that I can talk to him, you know?
The items that I have that we definitely want to keep are the Sky Barge, the Sister Stone chunks, the Bauble Beast dissection notes, the Necklace of Rock Candy, the Bauble gems, the Vial of Troll Blood, and the carved wood trinket. Everything else is the Horde, the Scimitar, a +1 scythe, medium chainmail, the Unholy Symbol, 2 +1 hatchets, the Stygira hand gem, 2 moderate alchemical fires, 1 medium leather armor, 6 sickles, 3 daggers, and 3 medium chain shirts. If there was anything in that y'all want, let me know and I'll strike it.
Not for me. I definitely would like to liquidate all those assets into crafting other items, obviously, for the party anyway.
that would be probably for the best.
Yeah.
Let me see here. I also need to open up my personal maps.
The
real quick
current
here.
the current total of all of that liquidated is 1,180 gold and 6 silver.
1,100.
That's with the Horde. Technically, with
Oh,
all that
okay.
stuff liquidated, it's
It'd be like
180 gold and 60, yeah,
Which
or
is still
6 silver.
a lot.
That's
Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah.
We can maybe make more if Laria can.
Yeah,
Maybe up that.
obviously.
Make it
Yeah,
to
if she
even
can sell it.
1,200.
If she can upsell it, then yeah, definitely
Yes.
do way more. Which I wouldn't doubt, because you know she's got the.
You got the training in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I have no issue with that.
Let's go.
What the fuck?
I'm laughing at shit posted meme. Jesus Christ.
Oh, what I posted?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I just needed to remind myself real quickly of where the fuck Xtil is from. I was like, I haven't even opened those. I haven't opened.
Haven't heard that name in a minute.
And I was like, wait a minute. I gotta pull up that shit if you're gonna talk to him.
It's gonna be so weird if like I talk to him and he's not the person that like, you know what I mean? Not the person to tell Callie how to make soul gems or whatever. 'Cause that's what she's been wanting to know for like forever now.
I can tell you though, he can point Callie to the next like place that she will need to go for that.
Sick.
next step, baby.
That's what I was hoping for. Yeah.
Yeah, he can actually point her in it. Okay,
I get to
so
write-
then,
check off my checklist.
so the party, well, some of the party, if not everybody, is going to take a couple of days to liquidate all of this additional like stuff, and also take the opportunity to speak with Vandal and Xtil so that you guys can get some information from them. Is there, since there is a shopping trip that's basically to Harham, is there anything that anyone wants to pick up while they're in Harham?
No, just real quick. Nothing I personally wanted to pick up, but I would like to sell my smoke veil. I realize
Okay.
I bought it because it was cool, and it has not been useful to me one time. It's a cool hat, and that's about it.
Reasonable. Do you want to pick up that coat?
It was Wolfjaw armor, I think is what it was.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, Wolfjaw armor. I had it open. Where was it? It's basically it's crafted actually, but I think you could probably also buy it. It's crafted. You need +1 hide armor and the fur of 3 winter wolves. But if they sell it in Harham, I'll just buy it there. Except
I believe that you could find somebody.
If you find it interesting,
Probably, honestly, probably Smallborough, the halfling guy who gave you your quest. He would actually be the person to talk to for that.
Yeah. It's 355 gold, and I do not have that money. Even after we split up this horde.
It's Wolfjaw armor, correct?
Yes, it's 355 gold pieces.
Yeah, that would be Smallborough would be able to like sell you. So if you want to drop that money on the Wolfjaw armor, then you can get that.
Well, that was another thing. Just sorry to hold it like this. For this, I kind of wanted it to be more specialty to give it to Brick, because it's not going to change my armor class at all. It just is going to give the
Okay, so you want
cone.
so you want to give it to Brick in the form of barding.
Yes, it would allow him to do that 15-foot cone, and it would give his bite attack hold damage.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. That honestly, that is 100% fine.
Dope.
Now he can be a wolf in wolf's clothing.
Yeah.
I'm actually sitting here thinking, you think? I'm like, I still have that wooden armor that Jamal have, and it was specifically there to protect him, but still make him agile, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything else up that can be an upgrade to that? To like, it's still agile, but it still does its job and like protecting him.
How agile do you need it to be?
Yes.
like I said, you could add runes to it, but that might require calorie and crafting and whatnot. I still got to pay off for the last couple things that I decided to craft.
I also don't have 355
you
gold,
said,
so I might have to work it off.
It's 2 gold pieces per day, right? Or one gold piece per day that you can try to cut off.
At this level, I believe 1.5 gold pieces per day.
1.5? Oh
Yes.
fuck! It's a fraction. God damn it! All right, that makes it. Hold on, let me pull up the calculator. That's like what, like 5.5 because it's 11 days that I.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is correct.
All right, I didn't even get a calculator, but I did that one. All right, yeah, 5.5 gold pieces knocked off for the other half of the gold. So let me go look up the cost for those things.
Jay,
Yeah.
if you want something that is going to have some stopping power, but retain some of your mobility, um, well, in the category of dog armors, um,
Oh my
there is
god.
you could get a uh, and you have all of the bits and pieces to make this. You don't technically have to go to Harham. You can get this in Homestead.
Let's
Uh,
go.
Oh yeah,
you
he's
could
crafted a bit.
you could have Alma take the leftover remains from Petunia, the Trollhound, and make a Trollhound vest for you.
Hey.
Hey,
It counts as +1 hide armor. Uh, it would give you a negative circumstance penalty to diplomacy checks whenever interacting with trolls.
Yeah.
Not trolls, but trolls.
Oh.
It gives you a +1 circumstance bonus to diplomacy checks when you make an impression with people who don't like trolls. Uh, but
Crazy.
it does give you a uh, it gives you a special once per day reaction that if you take damage from a melee attack and it leaves you with half or fewer than your normal maximum, you can trigger the regeneration effect from it and heal yourself for 3d8 hit points.
Oh damn, that's really
That's
good.
nice.
Yeah, the Trollhound vest is pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It will slow you down ever so slightly. It
That
does
won't
ha-
matter to him. He likes
it does have a
I like
speed
take
penalty
risk.
of it does have a speed penalty of 5, so it will slow you down slightly. But yeah, if you're willing to let Gloria chuck you around the battlefield, that's not going to matter.
how fast is Jamal again? He's like 25, right? 30.
Yeah, his normal speed's 20.
Oh, does this finally mean that Callie's faster than somebody else in the play? If he
Yeah,
decides to make the troll hide armor? 'Cause
Yeah,
that
with
would
your
mean his
speed
gets
bonus.
Yeah, his reduced speed gets down. Does this finally mean Callie is fast? Somebody else in the party.
It would mean that he would be as fast as Callie is normally.
wow.
Well, I would honestly, I would take that cool the fact Jamal slowly. I feel like he mentally, physically, kind of slowly getting there, but still does his jobs.
How
Okay.
many bundles of lead weave was it again?
Bundles of lead weave that were part of the loot.
Yeah, part of the bunch that Callie decided to leave Alma with when she left the camp or whatever. Because remember, I wanted Alma to make bundles of lead weave to make I think it was a bag of holding, so that I could craft a lead weave bag of holding, so that she could then capture radioactive materials inside that bag of holding.
Hold on, let me find those notes real quick.
I'm just trying to remember how much it was because I got like 5 gold from them, and then add the amounts of what it's left over from the bottle of air, the bundles of lead weave that I left over, so that I know how much I gotta subtract from my total amount from the amount of money we made as a party from the last encounter.
Oh God.
Oh my god! Like I am drawing something very interesting. It is
Here
a story
is-
base for Jamal, and I'm loving it.
Where's the shit on the lead we use?
Yeah, hold on, let me write this. This is the thing that we were doing last.
Oh god, it's in here somewhere, but I don't see.
Oh.
Let's skip that for the moment.
Yeah.
We'll come back.
figure
We'll
that
come
out.
back to the lead. It'll float in the ether. We can figure that one out.
We'll figure
Okay,
it out.
we'll figure it out. But Jay, that
Yeah.
Trollhound vest. Would you like Alma to have made?
Oh hell yeah! I actually would like that.
Okay, okay. Then she will make that for you, but it will cost Jamal like 230 gold.
I'm pretty sure
Would
he
it
had
be-
that. I'm
would it-
pretty sure.
Would it be a reduced amount because we have Gyarados?
Actually, maybe. Hold on. Let me
Yeah,
pull
because
your
I was thinking
crafting
since we already
stuff.
have Petunia's skin, I feel like it would be reduced because we have the crafting material.
Yeah, it would be reduced. Okay, so let's
Just
see
making
here.
sure so that Jamal doesn't have to.
Okay, let me open up Alma's thing here so I can make her craft check. Okay, yeah, she can successfully reduce that down. So let me then open up my calculator. Let's see, calculator
So many calculations.
base 230. Okay, let's see here.
I'm like, oh, I keep forgetting Jamal got a fucking battle axe.
He has a battle axe and he's just not using it.
Yeah, I
Well,
was gonna
I
say,
wasn't here. I wasn't here, Callie. I wasn't.
Let's see. Okay, and then let's.
Okay.
I haven't been here for a month. Okay, I missed the entire arc where we fought a dragon, killed him, and it was an
Okay.
dragon.
Jamal, the
Yes.
price for the Trollhound vest, because you've already got Petunia to like provide most of the base materials. That's going to reduce the cost that it'll take for. It basically cuts the cost. So 115 gold will get you the Trollhound vest. It is an invested. Just so that you're aware, it does count as one of your 10 invested items. It has all of those. It has all of the stats. Regular hide armor, except it counts as +1, which means it does have space to put a single armor rune on it if you want to. You can place a single armor rune. Yeah, if you've got the money for it. But other than that, like I said, if you're interacting with actual trolls, then you get a negative diplomacy. If you're interacting with people who hate trolls, you get a +1 to diplomacy. And if you're at less than half hit points, you can, as a reaction, heal yourself for 3d8 hit points.
Because I
It makes sense.
Oh,
yeah, the
If
the
I
biggest
walked into a village full of humans, was wearing human skin, I don't think they would like me
It
that
would-
much.
would be more like
Yeah.
you're wearing dog skin.
If I walked into a village of a village of Shunies and I was wearing a Shuni vest, I don't think they would like me that much.
I think they might politely ask you to leave and buy.
With
good
arrows.
thing. I was like, well, good thing is under Jamal's shirt.
Yeah.
But yeah, Alma can make you the so that's something you can put on your character sheet is that you've got a Trollhound vest.
I'm like,
So
I'm like, and I mean, I'm sitting here thinking, how much? I'm sitting here thinking, how much money did Jamal actually had it out of all the things? Because I think I have not updated my currency in a minute.
Oh,
well,
jeez.
that brings up a good question here. After you guys liquidate everything, what is the breakdown per person?
Okay. First off, real quick,
I
does Laria's thing give us more money?
Probably should have
Larry,
her.
Laria's
because-
thing. Let me check Laria's sheet real quick. All right, let's see here. Laria feats. All right, so her.
I have to say something here quick. I do feel like the liquidated funds have to
Bargain
to
hunter.
have. I feel like those funds should go into development of like Homestead, because I mean it was kind of like the
Yeah.
and
I think it's
Callie's
the
brother
level 1 feat.
and
though.
everybody who kind of removed all those items from like the dead bodies. You know that Callie pushed through the workshop. I think the money from the liquidation should specifically go into the development of Homestead. Does
Very
anybody-
reasonable.
Does anybody else have a problem with that?
Uh,
I think so.
I'm
I
like,
pers-
I'm like,
Okay.
I don't personally. There's only
It's the
really the one
same.
thing I was wanting, and I don't think I don't think breaking it up in, even if this brings us up to an even number, I don't think breaking it up is going to give me enough money to buy the thing. I'm probably going to end up needing to either work off the wolf jaw armor or just having to find another way of getting it. I don't mind it going, but then again, we'll just say Tim's share will be given to Homestead.
I mean,
I
even
can't.
if you don't have enough, you
Well,
could
it would-
theoretically put in, like, you could do what Callie does, which is half the amount to it, and then just wait until you have.
have the
pay
other
off-
amount to get.
Yeah, you have until you have enough
How
to
about
pay
you?
off the rest. Yeah, which is basically what I did with the lead weave and the bottle of air. I paid the half amount up front, and then I waited until I had enough to pay off the rest, essentially.
Depending on what that
Yeah.
is, selling my smoke veil might give me a half on down payment, so then my portion can still go to the homestead. I don't mind giving my for Tim.
Which-
Tim is completely fine giving his portion of the money to building up homestead.
I mean, a lot of my money is going to be building up the workshop, but also like a lot of the money is also going to a lot of the crafting projects as well. So yeah, a lot of it is going to Homestead via paying the Cobalt and paying the many different under
Oh,
Callie
okay.
anyway.
With Laria's help, her bargain hunting and being cute on her little mushroom feet and all of that sort of stuff, you can take the money that you and you can add an additional 40 gold.
Ooh, alright. So, I had 40 gold for the calculator, my friend.
So
You got it.
40 gold to the total. What does
So-
that break down to then, split amongst the PCs?
That totals out to 1,220.6 for the gold, or for the silver, divided into 6 is 203 gold to each person.
203 gold.
203
Alright.
gold, 0.4.
Oh yeah, that's
everybody-
enough to pay off for the rest of the bottle of air and lead leaf, I imagine.
Yeah, I would say that's enough. I
How much
well,
gold?
I'll find the specifics, but I think we can go
230.
ahead and say that that's enough to pay off
230?
nebulous lead weave until I find the
Alright,
exact
so-
price for it.
Yeah. And then
And
that
how much
leaves
could
the amount from the 1,000 left over, which is if I remember correctly, I the split between 6 players. That's about 1.6.
Yeah, 1.66, yeah.
6 over and over again.
Also,
250.
personal, how much could I sell the hat for? I know it's usually half price, but could I haggle my way up a little bit?
As long as you got Larry in your ballpark.
I mean, yeah, you could have Larry make another diplomacy
Larry,
check.
Larry, help me please sell my hat.
It's a DC 20.
I do have to ask, would it be a craft check
Deal.
or like cost of money
What are you
in
trying
order
to
to?
sell?
Oh damn!
A hat.
Hey.
I do have to ask. In order to take all the gems, accumulate
There you go. I hero
over.
pointed it.
No, you didn't.
To take all the gems, what?
I was thinking of turning all the gems into like making them into like different bits and pieces of like jewelry in order to sell them for a higher price. Would that
Mhm.
cost extra, or would that just be like a craft check?
That's mostly just a craft check, but like you would need to provide at least some gold and silver, so there would be
It
materials
would be,
cost
yeah.
to to be the actual other parts of the jewelry. Um,
And it's
so
I think that
like
would be a good investment to sell the
yeah,
extra gems.
so technically for a relatively small investment of the physical materials of gold and silver, the
Alright.
the return on investment could theoretically be quite high.
Yeah.
How much could I sell that hat for that 31 diplomacy?
Full price.
Yes.
Good.
It has $263 and 4 silver, and
Would
is
it
gonna.
would it be a good idea to do those craft checks? That process started of turning those gems into jewelry.
I mean, if you want to, you can do so. Um, if you want to get started
I
on
mean-
that now.
Yeah, I do. Just so we can get it out of the way.
The question would my question is since you're crafting these with the intent to make them into fancy jewelry, what price range are you aiming for? Because you're basically crafting a thing that you're then sell for what you think it's worth. So what what cost are you aiming at to make these?
Well, this is bad because Callie's never sold jewelry, so she has no fucking idea. What? Okay, so the bubble gems each are
Your
40
your
gems apiece.
your best
40.
your best bet on like I guess advice on that would be
Yeah, I feel like Callie would ask. I'm
let's
thinking of
see
like
here.
breaking up into like like lesser gems.
Okay,
Like
one
high
well,
price jewelry after I craft them.
one thing that we have to worry about with the Bauble Beast gems is that they're basically cubic zirconiums. Um,
Yeah.
so they're not actually really gems; they're extremely good fakes. Uh, so there's always the possibility that somebody who really knows what their fucking shit when it comes to gemstones could spot these out as not being like actual gemstones. Like they don't the idea of like lab created diamonds doesn't mean anything to these people. Um, so okay, if you want if you want to go for let's say an additional 50% um, for the total cost here, that it's as far as like actual cost in materials, I would say that it would cost Callie um, for doing that would cost Callie probably 20 gold pieces worth of materials. Just the
All of
physical,
them, or just.
yeah, for this entire process.
Oh, okay. Then that. I definitely transfer to it.
Then I'm going to need. I would need Callie to make a craft check. Since this is since it is literally a hasn't done before, assurance is not going to be a thing here.
Understand. Yes.
So I want Callie to make a craft check, but then I also want Callie.
Oh damn!
Very nice.
Oh damn!
Now I need Callie to make a deception.
I rolled. I rolled a 19. Deception.
Deception.
Hey, he did
Okay.
say he rolled a 19. But still, not good, not bad, you know.
Okay. Um, Alma,
Uh-huh.
Alma is like, okay, these aren't bad as far as like forgeries are concerned because this is basically extraordinarily fancy costume jewelry, uh, but you're trying to like pass it off as like real jewelry. So basically, Alma can like use her contacts to sell this shit off. Um, but I'm going to go ahead and tell you that if you go ahead and liquidate it, you can do so now. Take the gold value for it. However, I'm going to make a little note for myself, and later on, something might come up with that. Maybe, maybe not. You know,
And
I'm just going to leave that as a little Callie sold counterfeit jewelry.
counterfeit jewelry.
Crazy.
Add that to the list of crimes.
You
I
know, just
mean,
add that to the
it's
list of
definitely
crimes.
it's definitely in character for her.
There-
You
Oh.
know?
No doubt it was. No.
The wolf jaw armor for brick. I don't have 355 gold. Is there any way that they would let me work it off, or
Well, you're good. You're good for it in Smallborough's eyes. You guys have done it beforehand. He's still technically embroiled in like trying to put Herbert completely out of fucking business. Um, so
Herbert.
so he may require your assistance on
Ah.
something later on.
he gives
So
I owe
so
you
he's-
one?
Yeah, he's gonna put an IOU on. I might need to
Gotcha.
call you in for something special.
Understood.
I will also add that to the list. Smallborough IOU.
And that's just a Tim IOU, right?
He makes it out to Tim.
I mean, whatever Tim owes, he probably might end up having to get involved with anyway. So.
I mean,
True.
maybe. Basically, I'm just giving myself notes for like this might be a small side quest. But yeah, okay. So
Coming up on 10. I don't know if we have enough time to run by Ixtil and Vandal.
well, that's actually what we're going to go ahead jump to is you guys
And-
go to the Cat's Eye because there is one other this that I would like to get done before we hit 10 p.m. But you guys go by the Cat's Eye. Vandal is there along with Gwyndy doing their usual business. So Gwyndy's busy, but like Vandal's, just sort of like hanging out in the main room, keeping an ear out in case there's any, like loud noises from the back room. But he is otherwise available for conversation. And Ixil is doing his usual job. They're back in the kitchens. So
Do you want to go first, or do I? Want
I'll let you go first because mine is more personal. I guess both of these are personal, but I'll let you go first.
Okay.
all right. So Callie goes back to the kitchen, and
Yeah.
in the kitchen there is Ixtil. As a matter of fact, you know what? Give me a second. Let's let me close Lyria's sheet here, but let's also
eye.
let's go back to the Cat's Eye. Let's see here. All maps. Cat's Eye.
Oh boy, look at that.
Man, it's been a minute.
Wow,
It
look at
has been
it's even got the old
hot minute.
tokens and
It's
everything.
got the old. Yeah, it's got the old.
Ah.
Oh,
Tear to the eyes.
It has been a hot minute.
Memories.
But yeah, so Ixtil is in the kitchen. Just as a reminder, Ixtil is like about 5.5 feet tall. He's a skinny dude. He is dressed like a combination chef and like Storm Shadow from G.I. Joe, the ninja. And he very clearly there's something going on with him that is like that causes like some lumps in his clothing. but he's a decent cook. And he is surprised to see Callie, and like, but he, waves at her and addresses her as he normally does in his language, which Callie now understands. So Callie, he he greets you as like, like, hello, little fish girl. It's been a long time since seen you.
Howie back in Skish says, "Yeah, it has been quite a while, hasn't it?"
Oh, look at you! You are learning how to speak. Very good. Uh, your accent's kind of funny sounding, but good. What can help you with?
Um, I asked you a question. Um, in this very kitchen, several. How long? Out of character. How
Couple
many
months.
months? A couple
Couple of
months.
months. Uh,
I asked you a very question a couple months ago in this very kitchen. I was just like, now that I can understand your language, I was thinking about coming back and asking you again, this time so that I can get the full details of what you
ah,
said.
I see. Uh, Please, do be closing the door. We will want some privacy for this. Uh, so, uh, uh, Kali, when we spoke last time, I was very vague with you, and I apologize for that. Is not is not topic for polite company, um, but you ask me about soul stones, um, and I do know some soul stones. Do not tell anybody this, especially anyone who has um, legal authority. Uh, would be bad for me. Um, Now, I am no criminal. I wish to point this out to you. I am no criminal here or in my home country. Um, but in Oxland, there is um, there is place you can go that you can get the materials to make soul stones. Um, these are sometimes they are not called sometimes they are called false soul stones because they are not made 100% out of soul. They are part rock. They're very pretty purple gemstone, but you can go to this place where it is mined specially, and these gems, this purple rock, it is then filled with souls. In Uxland, there is culture there has a lot of extra souls floating about. I guess you can call it uh, like a lot of ghosts and spectral undead are things that are common, and use soul stones to sort of clean up the place sometimes with it. This is generally not seen as good thing, but also is not like bad thing if you understand. Um, is just sort of call it unclean thing.
I'm sorry.
But if you go there, you can get soul stones. They may not sell you any because you are not Uxland, but maybe if you find someone who is from Uxland who will partner with you, they could purchase and then give it to you, of course. Of course, you could also, just take it by. force, if that's the kind of thing you like to do. But they guard this place with powerful magics and controlled um, undead and things like that. And and if you are really unlucky and they really don't like you, they will throw you in the Galorma pit. And, well, that will be the end of you. So try to avoid that part. I will tell you what this place is, the Miss Callie. And if you go there, uh, do not tell them I sent you. Do not
I
mention
wasn't.
my name at any point, please.
Okay, I mean, I wasn't planning on giving away such details. No.
Thank you. Uh, but it is a long trip, so be very careful. Uh, they are uh, sometimes very suspicious of outsiders, and they have a lot of traditions there. If you uh, like, they do not accept your outsider ignorance of traditions as an excuse for not following traditions. Is what I am saying. So they're kind of sticklers for that kind of stuff. They're not laid back like people here in Harlem and in Empire. That's why I moved here. It's because people much less likely to die of heart attack.
Yeah.
Also, less cold.
Understandable.
It's pretty fucking frigid up there. That is, I guess that is other part. Even if you are not thrown out from not obeying some sort of ridiculous little tradition, you might just freeze to death. So be careful when you go there. Make sure you keep all of your uh, and he kind of gestures at your like water helmet. He's like, make sure you keep all of your fluids uh, fluidy and not ice.
Understand. I mean, so hard been trying to ways.
Go during summer month. Best.
Okay, just over a month. Callie jots it down in her book of shit. She just writes.
Uh, oh, Miss Kelly, since you are here, let me ask: have you been eating right? You look a bit
Um,
thin.
Um, I
Oh.
mean, I've been eating whatever my brother.
Maybe your brother
Well,
needs cooking practice.
I
Because you do look.
mean, I mean, I don't blame you yet. I mean, between you and me, been on. I don't really expect him to know how to cook that way. It's just, he's my brother and all, and I trust that, like, he isn't gonna poison, you know. So that's why I've been eating his,
Hey,
because like, it makes sense.
this is good idea. It's unlikely you get poisoned by family. Normally they just use daggers. Um, but so that he does not poison you accidentally, he give you a little something. And then he like reaches up to like one of the shelves in the kitchen and he pulls out like a book like in common, it's like just basic imperial recipes. He's like, it just hands it to you. He's like, I don't need it anymore. I know it back and forth. Uh, but give to your brother. He make better food that way.
Yes, I will certainly give it to my brother. Hopefully he doesn't see it as an insult and more of just you know,
A gift.
a gift. Yeah.
Mm. Well, if he see it as insult,
boy.
you just tell him that I gave it to you as bit of present for you to have good time out on the road. He is your brother. He cares for you, so he will want you to also have time on.
but it is good to see you again, Miss Kelly. I hope that you have a good time, especially if you go to Uxlan. It's not a fun place. It's very boring, very stick up butt, that kind of thing. I do not like it there. I will say they do have very good pastry. So if you are there and do to enjoy some of culture, uh, there is a type of lavender Danish like thing that make there with cream cheese and mini sweets is very good. Uh, Although don't eat more than two of them, or else you'll have these shits for days.
You make a Buddha on yourself.
Duly noted. I will keep that.
But that's what Shisk tells you, or not, or that's what he tells you in Shisk. That's what Xtil tells you.
Yeah.
Uh, but while that conversation um, out in the main room over at one of the little tables, Vandal is sitting there next to Tim, and he's also just casually interested in like what's been going on with you, Tim.
Yeah. Tim is speaking almost entirely in Utopian to him. Just
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Man, it's honestly, it's been pretty interesting traveling with this group. I think I didn't think I would find so many interesting people to travel with.
Well, that's good, Tim. I'm glad to hear that. Um, they've been treating you right.
Yeah, they've well, at the start I felt a bit disconnected, but definitely now they've really started to come into family, which is something I never thought I'd get. Um, but I came here for I came here just to see you mostly because it's been a minute, just kind of check up on the place, let you know that we're working on building. I don't know if you've heard talk around town. We're building a place out by the homesteaders uh, that we're hoping to get built up soon. And when we get a little more people in there, it'd be great to have you.
I think I would like to come visit at some point, Tim. I have actually heard a bit through the grapevine, some talk at the street level about it. New community up and coming.
Mhm.
Up north, west, right? Or no, northeast, right?
Yes, northeast.
Okay.
Ho-
I just wanted to make sure
Hopefully,
that I had it right.
yeah. Hopefully
Um,
soon we'll get an actual road to it because right now we've kind of been treading it on foot.
well, I would like to visit, Tim. I really would. I'm interested to see how it develops. I've got some friends, other automatons, out in Whitford that I haven't seen in a while, too. It might be a good idea to, plan a trip to just go see what passes for family.
Yeah. Uh, That is actually another reason I wanted to come by. I wanted to ask. It's him like takes a minute, kind of just looks around, not so much investigating, just kind of like getting a lay. It's like, does the name uh, Viva Machina mean anything to you?
He kind of tilts his head, and you can like see him like, you know, thinking about it and processing. And after a minute, he's like, "No, should it?"
Hmm. Tim like pops the thing open on his wrist to show like the maker's mark. Um, Eh,
Quick question before any more. Oxford is spelled OX and then Ford, right? Just like the normal Oxford.
No, it's Uxland.
Excellent.
Oh, Oxford.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's UX.
UX. Okay. I'm just asking because I'm gonna put it in important notes.
yeah.
Yeah.
I ask because on the trip, showing the Maker's Mark, on the trip, I met another actually, we ran into this automaton twice. One time was actually in battle, called Hest. Uh, when I say that, I'm saying like the full name. I can't remember it right off the top of my head right now. Um,
He mentions that he also is not familiar with a particular
yeah.
model.
He was apparently, or it was they, they, they,
They.
they,
Yeah.
yeah, they were apparently made by this group, and they had the same maker's mark as I do. So I can only assume that I was too. So I was, just kind of asking around to see if, you're other than them, you're the only other automaton I've met. So I'm wondering, I'm just trying to get more leads on this group because I have no. My earliest memory is waking up and being told to search that name. That's my earliest memory. So I'm trying to just any lead I can get. So
Well, you say that this Viva Machina that they had something to do with automatons? Uh, were they a design group? Do you know?
from what I've been told and what little bit I can remember, they're I spoke to an oracle actually recently that said something about working with the nature of consciousnesses and how that relates to automaton bodies, as well as, and he like taps his soul stone, as well as these. I'm still trying. I'm grasping at pieces right now, but I'm trying to piece what I can together. So from from what I know, they make automatons.
Well, I don't know the name, Tim, but I've got some connection here in Harham that I poke at if you would like me to. Do you want me to do some investigation on your part?
That would be fantastic. Yes.
Then I will do this for you, Tim. I consider you a friend after what you and the others did for me, um, and you have otherwise treated me very well. It's something that is less common than I would like it to be, so I see it and I appreciate it. I will ask and see if I can come up with any answers for you.
Thank you. My trip to Lariel taught me that not everybody is as kind to us as my friends are.
You will find, I think, Tim, the further you get from military installations, the less welcoming people tend to be. I know some automatons that have been in and out of Lariel before, and they've told me a similar story. But they've also told me that with a little bit of time and effort, most people tend to come around on at least treating them with the basic sort of respect one gives another sentient creature.
Oh, um, I guess, I suppose, somewhat tangential to that. Tim takes a moment to like focus his optic sensors go black and then turn regular, and he summons Brick on the floor. The This happened, and I'm not quite sure why. I figure you most likely aren't the person to ask, but I figure there's no harm in asking.
Vandal turns his like cyclopic eye to look down uh Brick, and he kind of like again sort of like tilts his head thinking Tim, and he's like, is that a robot dog wearing a dog suit?
Yes, we've had to work to get him some more battle ready equipment. But yes, that is my robot dog wearing a dog costume.
Vandal laughs. Like it starts off as a very sort of ha ha ha, but then it breaks out in like
Genuinely.
um, and he kind of like slaps the table enough to get other people around the bar to come over. But he reaches down and like he pets uh, Brick, like you would pet any dog.
Yeah, Brick
But he
leans
reaches
over
down,
to-
he pets down like scratches Brick behind the robot ears, um, and but he looks back at Tim and he says, "You're right. I'm not the right person to ask this. It is very interesting, and it really honestly makes me want to visit you sooner rather than later. Tim. To see one of us be able to do that kind of magic is not something I have come across. We have spellcasters amongst automatons, but someone who can just bring another automaton, like just calls Brick an automaton.
basically, yeah.
But someone who can just bring another automaton fully into existence with a thought, that is not something I have ever come across. And I think that is extraordinary in and of itself, Tim. You may not want to display that in certain places. I wouldn't do it if I were you in front of any naval,
Uh,
just as an example.
yes.
But yeah, he basically tells you like any like higher ups in the imperial military, they might get a tad jumpy.
Yeah. That automaton can do things we didn't know they could. Get him.
That robot's gone beyond its
Experiment with
programming.
them. We gotta study.
All right,
Some
tag and bag that guy's black box.
Get that man.
Tagging back.
But yeah, he tells you that you probably don't want to do that in front of like certain people. He'll put out his feelers into the like underworld,
Dude.
basically here in
Do
Harham.
me and Tim like meet up and what we had found out about our respective different things that we had came here for?
Oh yeah, like
Yeah,
after
100%.
a couple. Otherwise, the Vandal tells you that he'll put out feelers for his underworld contacts, and if he finds anything, he will send you. He'll send a note to, postmarked to him, to let you know if he, gets anything back from that. But he will do some investigation.
Well, thank you so much. It's been fantastic seeing you again. And if you'll let Wendy know I said hi.
He will let Gwendy know that you indeed did say hi. Uh, if she wasn't busy at the moment, she would like to say hi too. He knows that. But she's kind of busy at the moment.
Oh yes.
So yeah, but otherwise, so he, lets you know that Ixtil lets Callie know that information about they mine the materials for soul stones. So you guys get your conversations, you get your shopping, you get your liquidation, all of that sort of shit is done. Is there anything last minute that you guys want to do while you're here in Harham before you make the trip back out to Homestead?
I mean, I kind of want to have the discussion with him first. How
All right. Well, you've got an entire day and a half,
Yeah,
back
he's
to
like-
Harham to talk to him.
Callie's like, okay, so I got a location, is what she said to him. A location for a place where maybe soul gems are created, where we can get the materials to make soul gems.
Where is it? How far?
It's called Uxland, right?
Yeah.
It's Uxland. I will let me move us to the big map.
Full map.
Okay, so Uxland is the let's see here, zoom to fit. Okay, so you guys are in Harham at the Star, and then Uxland is this big country over here. The mine specifically that he was pointing out is kind of in the middle of the country, north of the capital. So that's where that's located at. Is
Bit of
kind
a
of
travel,
kind of middle of the
I mean,
country.
we got a sky barge, so it shouldn't be too much, but it still would probably be like a few days.
Yeah, that's
Oh man, that's quite a long ways away. Yeah, Callie would tell him. And then she would probably just. What did you?
Yeah, it's a little bit more than 1,000 miles.
whoa.
What did you get from talking to Vandal about whatever it is you asked about?
I didn't. Interestingly, I didn't get too much from Vandal directly, but he did. He was a good resource because he's going to start putting out feelers, asking about Viva Machina, potentially anybody that may be, connected with that group, maybe even some other automatons that might, be able to help with that kind of thing. So, nothing direct, but I've got a good resource at least.
Yes. Now then, what is our main plot?
Before we head back, I think we could probably do a run into the library and see if there's any books on Soul Riot or any big dragon thing that happened. Even if it's just glancing, just any more information would be beneficial.
Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe some books about Uxland would be a good idea as well,
Yes.
so that we have some. Because, that seems like. I mean, in your opinion, does that seem like our next destination is the mark? Since we have, a concrete, place in a concrete location. As well as information and other.
I think our next, if I'm being honest, I think our next step should be working on the homestead, but our next location that we should start looking at heading into is Uxland.
Okay. That's what I was thinking too. With all this talk about Viva Machina and Soul
Yeah.
Gem and whatnot, I think it would be.
Okay.
Because the place that transfer or test told me about, that was in Uxland, correct?
You mean
I'll go
Marker?
back and check. Yes.
Marker is over here.
Ah,
Shit.
well,
So
yeah.
far
So about 1,500 miles.
Yeah.
But same amount,
I mean, Who's to say that Uxland doesn't also? Well, if Uxland has soul gems, him pokes at his.
Definitely would have some relation to Viva Machina.
Or at the very least, other automatons, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and more autumn would probably be a good start. You know, we don't want to jump into things not knowing.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there is one last thing to take care of. It's easy enough to say that you guys pick up some books at the library. We can make research checks later, but that's just done. But there is one other thing that does need to happen. Um, so, probably while this uh, trip is going on, so during the 3 days that you guys are in, transit to and then back from Harlem. During that 3 day time period, uh, June gets a call. It is it's audio only, but Snake Mommy is checking in.
I was just about to tell June, maybe we should tell Umber about the other dragons that are involved in Soul Riot's plan. I was just about to say that we might want to, tell Umber about that.
Oh yeah, we were last time, just a few days ago, we were calling them about, this Goldaco, and then we never answered back, or called them back, so they're probably worried.
Yeah, that is actually Umber's very first question. The moment June accepts the call is very much the whole oh, thank God you're alive. What the fuck happened? Last time we spoke was about the whole Cyclops mummy thing. What happened there?
A little decapitation here, a little split in half there. Nothing to worry about.
A little bit of mummification, there, a bit of undead there,
June,
my
June
God.
is so June is while we're back to the homestead, right? Or
Yeah, so unless June went with them to Harlem, June's at Homestead somewhere when the call comes in.
Okay, yeah. June will be full, kind of realize oh yeah, we never updated Umber about the happenings, and just be like, oh yes, everything is fine. I'm sorry, we just were a bit tied up evacuating the villagers, but yes, everything has been taken care of. That Goldaco is well, I was about to say not an issue anymore, but they're still in the ruins there at Crescent Moon.
Well, I'm mostly just glad that you're alive. You are still in one piece, correct? No new holes in your hide?
Oh, no, I did get a bit battered by one of those statue zombies you mentioned, but the more pressing concern at the moment was the dragon we ran into.
Oh, God. Now what? Was it that green motherfucker again? Soul Riot?
Yes and no. To give a bit... to, I guess, start at the beginning. Well, almost shortly after we last spoke, we investigated that obelisk, and our Shuni is our character. Seamus is what again?
Conrasu.
Conrasu, yeah.
Kamasu
yeah.
Aeon.
Yeah. Our our Konrasu in our group found a circle, and against possibly our better judgment, we took it, and it took us straight to that Goldako, who was apparently waiting for us.
I told you those kind of mummies are powerful. The Cyclopses were always diviners, could see the threads of fate. The mummies were designed specifically to enhance ability.
Yes.
As far as I know, Goldaku was the greatest of their kind.
He did babble on about such like that. Thankfully, though, he wasn't hostile. He did say, though, that hostilities were on their way, that Soul Riot and his brother were coming, and we were fated to fight there that day. While we did prepare, what the Goldaku failed to mention was that Soul Riot's brother was undead. The thing came out of a skyship that just flew over and descended upon us, but thankfully I took a strategic position behind some of the ruins. Although it did climb over that ruin, I used a magical device that we had acquired to blast a hole in it, and the rest of my group swiftly dealt with the thing. Although we were a bit beaten up, we managed to all make it in one piece, though.
I had heard rumors. Undead dragon that had been seen at the site of various massacres. Yeah, I'm glad it's not another massacre. But did you say sky ship?
Yes, Soul Riot was using that, I guess, to transport their brother to and from places. The thing seemed a bit feral at times, if it was even still all there in the first place. But it seemed like he wanted his brother to die, I guess, to put him out of his misery. Although, after we did, he thanked us by sending his minions to massacre us, but thankfully we had already dispatched those beforehand. So he
sounds like him.
Although instead of fighting us then and there, he decided to pack up his things and leave, except for that skyship, which we appropriated and used that to help the villagers escape the horde of statues that were still in the area. We've taken them back to our little homestead.
So, all right, let me make sure that I've got this correct. After I explicitly warned you exactly how dangerous the giant mummy was, your Konrasu activated a portal to go directly to his front doorstep. And then you ended up fighting an undead dragon. And then after fighting the undead, the living dragon just fucked off, and then you stole his floating boat?
Correct, madam.
That is correct, madam. That is.
It's just Venom saying correct, madam.
There's a few steps missing there, but yeah, that is basically what.
Basically.
June kind of like goes like good. She Like, yes, we did. Although we did not know at the time that the that the portal would take us straight to there. We just saw one, and they were a bit curious to see where it led to.
Well, legend has it that Kanrasu are basically just very complicated jackdaws, but I suppose that makes sense. Look, June, I'll be honest with you. I'm not exactly happy about that, but you are an adult. You can take care of yourself. Your companions are very dangerous, so at least they point that danger away from you. So I'll be glad for that. However, while I would very much like for you to give me a more in-depth breakdown of that entire situation when we have the leisure time to speak on it, there's something else I would like to ask. Are you, at the moment, particularly embroiled in anything?
Embroiled in what?
Are you busy? Well, are you busy?
Oh, sorry, that was out of character. Are they asking just at the moment, what June's currently doing?
Yeah, just at the moment, is June currently busy with it?
No, she wasn't doing any activities. So June will say, no, not particularly. Is there something you need to talk about?
Well, I have... Okay, so you recall when we last spoke, I was telling you about how I have been divesting my relationship with the serpent folk. Breaking them out of my portal network and breaking ties with them. Well, that process is continuing on, and it is, I would say, mostly done. But recently, I was going through some paperwork that they had that they did not share with me, and I have come across something that they hid from me during another earlier period when we had a more active working relationship. This thing that they uncovered, that they chose not to tell me about, is something that has to do with my Lamia curse. I believe it may point me in the direction to figuring out how to do something about the curse. Unfortunately, since I am also, trying to be a leader, do things the right way, I can't go gallivanting off to take care of this. But you are relatively close to the location where this is at. The notes that they have are sparse and not exactly educational, but they give a location to where the entire thing is located. If you could find it and then maybe, I don't know, create a detailed image, take a rubbing, detach the entire thing from a wall, whatever the situation, and bring it to me, that would be very beneficial to me, June. But only, of course, if you're not, busy with anything. There's no real, time constraint on this. It's not something that isn't of a purpose. It's something that I just would like to get done. Obvious, of course, it's important to me because of the, whole thing with the curse, but do you recall that other Lamia that I introduced you to briefly?
Yes, the one from the party I attended, so to speak, not physically, but yes, I remember them, even though our encounter was rather brief.
Well, it probably didn't come across there at the party, but they are They are not a born Lamia. They are one of the newly cursed. They have only been cursed for a few years, so they still very much remember their original life. And they're
What's the dog doing?
Shut up.
What is the dog doing in the background?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Doc, you're good.
Mhm.
I think Jay was like waiting for me or something to say something.
No, I was trying to keep it together. You not knew he was gonna Oh
Jay
God,
was-
I was trying my best to hold it
Jay
back.
was trying to
I
hold
knew
it
you
together
guys
like
was
flex
gonna
tape,
say
and nah, that was
something.
clear tape. That was scotch.
That was funny.
Oh God.
Uh,
Clap for the House of Cards.
But anyways, Umber she says that this other Lamia, who is otherwise newly cursed, still remembers their previous life before becoming a Lamia, and the anniversary of their transforming into a Lamia is like coming up in like January, so like a little bit more than a month from now, and basically Umber would really like to have some like additional like positive news on her whole quest to like uncurse all Lamias, um to like present as sort of like a kind of like a birthday present essentially, um to this other Lamia who to be clear is like the only Lamia from her inner circle that still supports her. Like all the other Lamia like fucked off to do their own things.
Yeah, like some
but like
off,
this one's
yeah,
but this one's stuck around.
yeah.
Um,
Off screen, June like talked to Umber and like through like the dream vision thing, like quote unquote met the other Lamia, like like just was like oh, June says hi or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, the so
But
there's
basically, yeah,
how
this
nearby
other Lamia.
sorry.
So basically, essentially, what she communicates to June
Mhm.
is that there is a set of ruins that are relatively near where you are at. It's in the mountains over like south and east of where you guys are currently located at. But there is ruins over there, and there is a carving or a fresco or something that has to do with the Lamia curse. And what she would like June to do is to like go to that location, make a copy of it, or like literally physically separate it from the wall, or bring her either that copy or the pieces of the damn thing, so that she can add that into her research. She would also very much like a more detailed report on what the fuck happened with the dragon.
She probably rely on Callie for that one.
But she does. She tells June, like where this stuff is located at. And June could be beneficial to her and also other Lamia that like Umber is trying to maintain like a professional like friendship with.
Mhm.
But yeah, all of that though, just aside, as she just kind of like casually hands out a quest.
Mhm.
Like after she's kind of like gotten through that, there's like a in a more casual like sort of way, she's like, so how have you been? Just like, are you doing okay? Are you eating good? Keeping yourself fed?
June chuckles and says, "Well, aside from nearly being crushed by a dragon, undead or not, I am doing rather well. Like I said, we have helped the villagers from the Crescent Moon area, I would say, evacuate in I think they are going to move here to our little group, little homestead, and it's might just become its own little village. It's rather sweet to see. I was thinking how nice it is, but I do know that this is an important thing for you and, of course, the other Lamia, and I will do my best to get that done as soon as possible.
Thank you, June. I appreciate that. Needless to say, this would be, of course, delving into a dangerous ruin. The other notes that were left by the serpent folk do detail other strange creatures that lived in the area. Not enough detail that I could really specifically, but other notes that I have on the location seem to indicate that there's particularly thin planar membranes in that area. So you could expect things from the first world and things from outer planes, you know, like fiends and celestials and that sort of shit, that may show up. This being dangerous, I really couldn't ask you to do this alone. So if you can talk the rest of your idiots into going along with you, that would be great.
Talk to your idiot.
Yeah.
How dare you?
Promise them treasure or something, whatever floats their boat, and I'll make good on it when you bring it to me.
Well, they're not all idiots, but I'm sure that if
Not
I
too sure
ask,
about that Conrosu though.
I'm sure that if I asked,
I'm not sure about him.
I'm sure that if I asked, I could implore their help. They are very trustworthy in that regard, and I have not let you down so far, have I?
No, you have not. And I will try to place as much trust in you as I can to keep yourself safe. I do want you to bring it to me in person if you can. That would be beneficial to me in multiple ways.
Yes, I can imagine. I will be
Oh.
rewarded for this myself, right?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Tell me, actually, related to, do you own any clothing in blue, like a bright gem blue, like a sapphire?
I don't
We're gonna get you
believe
dressed
so.
up like Sonic the Hedgehog.
I don't believe I have any dresses in
Oh
blue.
my god.
It's
Good to know. Also, do you prefer thick weave cotton or silk?
actually like also like me and I guess dude, like what's the difference between like a cotton dress and a silk dress? Like obviously like the silk is like really like, flowy and
Well, material-wise, the silk is usually the fancier, just simply because it's the more expensive. It's also extremely like slick and smooth.
silk and smooth. I know that much at least.
But the cotton would be very soft, like just material-wise, very soft. Where the silk would be like extraordinarily slick and smooth.
June will go, oh, decisions. Well, the silk one would definitely be nice to show off, especially if we do have another party in person. Although I do admit that I prefer comfort more than what's the word? Flashiness? I guess I'll leave you to surprise me then.
I'll come up with something for that. But really, June, do be careful. And while you're out and about, uh, I suppose you could consider this sort of a bonus objective, such as it is. But in the notes that I have here from the Serpent Folk, mixed in with the rest of the fucking half-assed crap that they wrote down, there is mention of a. They mention an area, no dimensions, no real like reference points, but something that they passed through that had strange effects on them while they were in it. Saw visions, heard voices, that sort of thing. I don't know if it was a haunt or if an illusion or what, but it could still be there, it could still be active. So again, keep your senses about you.
Well, ever since I went on this little adventure, strange things just seem to pop up in front of me.
Well, just stay safe. You know how I am. And also, don't tell your idiots I said that.
What? Wait, what? Wait.
Don't tell your idiots I called them idiots.
I mean, makes sense. If Callie was told that Umber called her an idiot, I don't think she'd see that very kindly, honestly.
Well,
I mean, probably not.
Well,
Yeah, I'm not no idiot.
well, I'm sure I can do that. And hopefully this quest isn't too much of a hassle and I can finally get to see you.
Well, the challenge still stands, June, if you can actually get here. I'm waiting to receive you as a guest.
And as well as the other members of my group as well.
Oh, of course, I've got a place where they can probably...
I love
We
the
got a place where we can
hospitality.
just chill.
We get a
But
place,
the-
we get a place in the back. It's not very nice, but it's like, okay, I got it.
But, and I promise you, the princess suite, that's yours. I'll find a spot for the... I've got a couch lying around here.
One couch. There's
One.
a J chill on
I got a
one
couch
couch.
lying around here.
Well-
Pull out bed
Oh.
and inflatable mattress.
Like
Also,
it's literally just like a green room with a small table, a single couch, like a couple of chairs.
It's an empty room and there's a couch in the center.
Well,
It's missing a cushion.
It's missing a cushion.
I have seen firsthand, not in the flesh, mind you, but I do know your bed has plenty of room. For me, at least.
Well, yeah. I mean, we could perhaps... We could fit the mushroom easily. She's kind of small and compactable.
Well, wait. Could Laria? No, I meant just you and... I just meant you and me.
In the bed.
Yeah, that's what she was insinuating.
Snuggle
She wasn't
and
saying
fingers
she wasn't
touching.
saying for the whole party to like have like a sleepover on Number's bed. She was saying just
I'll just me and you.
Well,
Probably just snuggle.
Jude stumbling over herself.
But it's also at the same time Umber like completely like missing it and just going actual logistics of like fitting all of the people. Okay, we can fit this way, and if we turn this one sideways, like fucking Jenga.
Tetrising it.
You not fitting Tim on that bed. Tim's gonna have to slide under it. You gonna have to shelf
No,
him.
the moment Tim gets on the bed just collapses.
I mean,
pardon
really, it's a gigantic like platform covered in like pillows and blankets and stuff.
You can get Callie to sleep on that bed. She likes sleeping in water.
But
This place is
yeah.
dry.
Yeah, that would be her response. Like,
but
this
yes,
place is dry.
It is actually pretty dry. Although there is a large and complete with like a underground waterfall and all this sort of shit. So, I mean, if Callie wanted to just hang out in the grotto, she can hang out in the grotto.
As long as I don't get stabbed,
I mean, hopefully
yeah,
you'll
as
get
long-
stabbed.
yeah, as long as no lizard. You gotta make
As long,
sure
as,
she's
long
gone,
as you don't get stabbed. But
Great, you know?
as we are here at just after 10 o'clock and we're coming to the end of our session, and like June is kind of stumbling over herself as each other mental communication. Umber has essentially given off another quest lead, so technically the party's got like two different quest leads that they could go after, and they go in opposite fucking directions on the map.
Okay.
Crazy.
Do you think we should do like a vote for it on which one we go for?
I mean, you could. That is definitely something we could do. Let me switch over here to the area map. So because basically the area that I'm sending you guys to is over here.
Oh my God,
Wait, all the way over there?
All the way over here.
And she said this was close by. That was a fucking
Well, relatively, probably to her.
relatively.
Yeah, it's only 500 miles.
Hey,
Roughly.
our place is what?
Roughly.
Our place is what?
I mean,
1,500.
personally, for me though, I kind of want to go to.
Yeah, I think
I mean,
June.
we've been, like Umber is important, but like we've been.
But
like,
Umber did.
we've been getting-
Umber did also say that hers was not time sensitive.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
Mhm.
and Tim has been like we've been wanting to like help
Yeah.
since Ariel, I feel like helping out right now.
Oh yeah,
would be a good idea.
I fully endorse that we have a vote on which one that we want to go towards, because that also helps me in planning.
Mhm.
So essentially, the two leads that we have on further stuff is heading to Uxland and finding the area where they actually mine the physical part of the soul gems, and then potentially either making a legal purchase or an illegal purchase,
Buying
Or-
things.
or traveling into the mountains over into the Kingdom of Bach and finding a ruin that Umber has provided like very specific directions to, so you're not gonna probably not gonna get lost finding the ruin, in order to like find a big ass carving or something that is part of those ruins and making a copy of it, or literally just again
Ripping it off the wall.
ripping it off of the wall and bringing it to her physically.
Yeah.
But like I said, that's not time sensitive. The other thing is also not time sensitive, so you even need to jump on these. So as we are here at the end, end of the session, what I will do is I will set up and we can just vote on which one we want to do, and that will help me plan out what is the next thing that the party is going to move towards. Like I mentioned earlier in the session, if you guys come up with any sort of like good ideas of like how you want Homestead / Casimir to like continue to build out and develop, just plop that down so that I can also start working updated map.
I'll start working on that map.
Yeah.
Sick.
So that is where we will. That is where we will otherwise. The Aurora Borealis. The Aurora Borealis is going on in there.
Aurora Borealis.
At this time of day, at this time of year, entirely contained in that area.
Completely
Yes.
Yes.
Within your kitchen.
Can I see it?
Can I see it?
No.
No.
Man.
All right.
This is great. This was
Okay,
It's
so
been a good year.
this was a
let
good
me
year.
put down.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let me put down that like Umber's quest is pointing you guys to the Wild Rift ruins. Um, if I could spell Umber's goddamn name correctly.
I'll
It's not even hard. Umber. Jesus.
since 9:45, I have been doing my very best to stay sitting because I gotta go.
Oh, if you need to go, just go.
Go.
I've
Yeah.
been taking no.
It's like,
I,
I went to the
I,
bathroom 2 times
I
throughout this whole
stay. I
thing.
stay in this chair till the game is done.
Go make pee.
No,
Go make pee.
Stop.
Nope,
Oh.
not
Oh,
leaving
the
this
Lord.
chair.
No, sir, not in this chair.
Bro was
Bye,
like,
guys.
I'm loyal
Bro,
till
I've
the
already
day
gone
is
to the
done.
bathroom like 3 times during this session.
Alrighty.
What are you doing, man?
I'm all
Yeah, the
good.
only time the
Don't
game
worry
has to come to a stop for bathroom is when
You.
about it. When the game
Okay,
master
gang.
has to go to the bathroom.
Okay, so
I mean, that is true. You are right.
all right, so we've got the Wild Rift quest and we've got the Soul Gem quest. All right.
Yeah.
Well, so I'm looking over my notes on my thing. I don't think I'll put a couple of the things in the important notes section, but a lot of it seems kind of circumstantial. As I got like Soul Riot working with other dragons.
Mhm.
The quote that the Oracle told us, a day where the moon wasn't watching the world.
Yeah.
Not necessarily working with, but they are sharing information.
Yes.
Yeah, they are 100% sharing information with each other.
They be talking.
Working with each other is kind of a stretch, but they're definitely sharing information.
Mhm.
Okay, so like I said, I will put I'll just do a poll in fucking Discord to figure out which one we want to go for. And in the case of a tie, just in case that fucking comes up, I'll flip a fucking coin.
All right.
But yeah,
Hopefully
but
that doesn't come to pass.
I was gonna say I feel like we won't have a coin toss.
yeah, hopefully
I-
we shouldn't
yeah.
have a tie. But yeah, otherwise, as always, thank you
Yeah.
for putting up with my horse shit. I'm glad that we had we had a full complement today. I know that some people didn't exactly have really much to do, but we got a lot of paperwork just out of the way. We've got a couple of new quest stuff coming up. The party has a whole new method of getting to the quest locations.
Yes.
So yeah,
Can't wait for Callie to
we
upgrade that
actually-
shit
we
with
actually-
rockets.
Hell yeah.
I don't know if you want that. That'd be,
I mean, honestly, one
extreme.
of the things that I was thinking about might be turning at least part of the cargo space into relatively comfortable area for you guys to sleep in.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We need. I mean, we got the captain for the captain, right?
Mhm.
Captain's
Yeah.
right. And then we got the cargo hold. You know, Callie's
yeah.
gonna be taking over that captain's hold for sure.
Yeah, the cargo hold is 90 the thing. You got the deck on top, and then that deck has a small dais, which is basically where the captain stands and steers the damn thing. So yeah, and hopefully I will also get some stuff done with the updated Casimir map too. So that will also be fun to work on. Otherwise, as far as I know, for myself, I don't have anything going on, which will be the first session of the new year. So that we shouldn't have any problems with going forward, as far as I know. But if anything comes up, obviously I'll let you know. I do know sometime in January, my sister, not the one that I just visited, but my other sister, is supposed to be traveling and will be in my area, but I don't know. And if that should, fall on game time, I'll let you guys know. I just know it's supposed to happen sometime in January, probably beginning of January rather than. But yeah, we'll see. Anywho, Everybody, love you, mean it. I will
See y'all
talk
next
to you
year.
later. I gotta go get me some fucking juice.
Juice.
See you next year. Mwah.
See you next
Talk
year
to
for
y'all
session
next
50,
year.
guys.
Let's go.
Hell yeah.
New number, new year, baby.
Jesus.
Well, that certainly was a great session, guys. I'm very happy we got to do that. And I hope everyone has a lovely new year. Let's go see who we can raid. Let's see. Well, who knows? I'm looking in their channel right now. But let's see. Who else is there? Or still alive? We have Menagerie's playing Friend Brow. Alright. You know what? Actually, yeah, let's go ahead and raid Menagerie. My friend Menagerie. They're playing Friend Brow. I was kind of lurking in their stream last night, too. Ooh, Riverpard's playing RPG as well. Like a Pathfinder game, I think. Oh no, looks like they're on... Looks like regular D&D. But... Decisions. You know what, I'll do Menagerie. Just because. Raid. Menagerie. BT. Alright guys. Here's the raid message. And if you aren't subbed, you can go ahead and use this one. Or use your emotes, just the words, whatever you want. I'll see y'all next time. And I'll see what I can do before the end of the year, but I hope y'all have a lovely night. I'll take care, and see you later. Bye-bye.